Julian, when you're ready, would you give us a countdown and talk to GovTV?
Not sure who's there with GovTV, but if you can let us know when we're live or ready.
Folks, welcome aboard. Give us just a few minutes, but we're getting our tech open here, and we'll be starting our meeting in just a minute as soon as we're ready to begin. So hang out with us for just a minute, and welcome if you're joining us online. I just want to cover, did you get the new email that Ms. Ortega sent you with the last minute additions? Or if you don't, would you just let Ms. Ortega know? Thanks. Good afternoon, all. Today's 17th meeting of the 24th City Council will come to order. This is a special meeting of the City Council. All councilors except Councilor Harris are present currently, and we expect him to join us here in a few minutes. One quick note today for those of you following along at home or interested. You may have found that if you try to join us by the Zoom link on the agenda, there were some technical issues, but the meeting ID and the password listed there for Zoom are correct. They do work, and we have a number of folks joining us that way today. So you can also join us live on YouTube and GovTV, and we'll talk about that again. But again, if you know someone who is trying to join us via Zoom, just manually log in with our meeting ID and our password, and we'll tweet that out as well today just to be sure. We'll begin our meeting today like we do always with the Pledge of Allegiance in both English and Spanish. I'll get us started in English and ask Councilor Borrego to lead us in our pledge in Spanish today. To get us started, please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilor Borrego, would you lead us in the pledge?
I will, as soon as I see it on my, thank you. Juro fidelidad de la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for doing that. As was noted in a press release from our office on Friday, as posted on our website and noticed on our published agenda, this meeting has special procedures that we're continuing because of the governor's declaration of a public health emergency and restrictions on large gatherings. Therefore, today's meeting, like many of our most recent ones, is being held via Zoom video conference. As I mentioned earlier, if you try to join us during the video link on the agenda, you may have had some technical difficulties, but the meeting ID and the password do work, and you can just manually log in through Zoom that way. You can also follow along in our meeting through other platforms, including GovTV on Comcast 16 and the GovTV website and on YouTube. These live streams can be accessed for you through most smartphones, tablets, or computers. And for everybody watching online and on stream, thank you for joining us. The video recording of this and all of our council meetings is available for viewing on the council's public website at any time. If you need assistance in accessing that or in finding a section of a meeting, you can always call our staff during normal business hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5 at 768-3100. Under the rules of procedure, general public comment is not permitted at the special city council meetings, although it's our intent tonight to suspend this rule to allow for live general public comment during today's meeting. We will take that vote momentarily. In addition, written comments were received by councilors through the web form and through 1 o'clock today to councilors in advance of the meeting through a special email for this meeting. Tonight's proclamations, we don't have any. But for general public comment, we do have a few people signed up. And so, councilors, I'm going to make a motion that we suspend the rules for the purpose of allowing general public comment at today's city council meeting. I'm checking, and thank you, Councilor Bassan. And then I see Councilor Gibson and others seconding, and Councilor Sena. Good chance to test our raise the hand button. Councilors, we have a motion and a second. We need 2/3 of councilors present. Ms. Ortega, would you call the roll on the motion, please?
Yes, Mr. President. Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris, Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Sena,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
8-0. Thank you.
Thanks. And councilors, it looks like Counselor Harris will be joining us by the time we get to these issues later tonight. He will be joining us. We expect him within the hour. For people who signed up to provide live public comment today, we also received written public comments that were received and distributed to councilors. While we're here, Mr. Moya, our Zoom moderator, is letting our public commenters into the meeting. Members of the public who wish to address the council and have signed up for public comment, are moved from the waiting room at this point. If you're here for public comment, we'll ask you to remain on mute until we call your name. At that point, you'll have 1.5 minutes to provide comments to the city council. After that, you'll be muted again, and you can leave the meeting at any time. Our Zoom moderator, Mr. Moya, is moving members of the public in at this time. And hello to everybody who's joining us. Here are the ground rules for public comment. As a reminder, as we just said, you have 1.5 minutes to present your comments. You're not required to use it all, but you can't pass your time along to someone else either. Only one person is allowed to comment at any time, and you can't speak for another person. Comments are addressed to councilors only and through the council president. In other words, we are not allowed to invite debate or Q&A with councilors, but we do want to hear from the public as a comment. Any disruptive comment may result in your removal from the Zoom meeting room. The timer will begin once you begin speaking, and Mr. Moya will alert you when your time is up. Mr. Moya, if we don't have any other housekeeping matters, we'll turn this over to you, and we call our first speaker, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our first speaker is Marcia Kearney, and she'll be followed by Mrs. Ward. Ms. Kearney, unmute yourself and feel free to turn your video. Your 1.5 minutes
Hello.
will begin when you start speaking.
This is Marcia Kearney. A major theme of both the state statutes, the ABC Comp Plan, and also the IDO is the protection of neighborhoods. I understand the IDO was worked on and rezoning was completed in a 3-year process. I can understand amendments that are technical in nature, but to make changes that greatly reduce protection to the neighborhoods should not be changed through this present process. There was a 3-year process that went through for development, and major changes like this should not be made in this fashion. I specifically want to speak to A12 neighborhood edge parking lots. Reducing the buffer from 50 feet to 15 feet is a great step, negative effect on protecting those adjacent properties. And again, it takes away from the neighborhood substantially. Also, the edge buffer landscaping is another great, excellent example. By moving the wall to the property line on the outside of the landscape edge greatly reduces the privacy, safety of the neighborhood. And the reason given was the fear that 15-foot would not be maintained. That's not an issue here. The issue is you're taking away these actions that take away from the neighborhood greatly. And who's looking out for the constituents, the neighborhood? I mean, when you look at what is being done to the neighborhood, the heart of Albuquerque, the IDO is failing your constituents, especially when you consider protection of community and neighborhoods, open space, addressing
Ms.
cumulative issues, and involvement of neighborhoods.
Ms. Kearney, thank you for your comments,
neighborhoods.
but your time is up, and we appreciate it. I see Councilor Benton has a question or a comment.
Yes, not a question, but a comment. So imagine the way it was written previously. There would be a 15-foot, essentially, no man's land between the adjacent property and the rest of the private development. So first of all, there's no ability to maintain it. Secondly, in terms of actually pushing parking lots and development away from the adjacent property, this is much, much more in line with what we've already always done and consistent with the way we buffer parking lots and such from neighborhoods. So, this was a technical fix, and it in no way was intended to harm the neighborhoods. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor Ben. And Mr. Moyo, would you call our next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Ms. Ward. It will be followed by Mr. Stephen Abeta. Ms. Ward, please unmute yourself and feel free to turn your video. And your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay. Mr. President, councilors, through the fog of too much information and too little time, we nonetheless see introduced double talk. Concerns about the oxymoronic conservation development have been expressed previously. I focus today on the morphing of major transit corridor to premium transit and the elimination of adverse impact assessment by declaring that a discretionary action. Please remove all added allowances and bonuses to major transit corridor in the red line draft. A simple search of the IDO establishes urban center, Main Street, premium transit as separate and distinct with regard to height, density, setbacks, and parking. This should not be undone with a surreptitious sentence in table 5.1.2 and subsection 5.5C5A. Also, please keep subsection 6.6G3C proposed for removal in Amendment B23. In the Animal Farm of Albuquerque, the IDO is the 7 commandments. Initially purporting an ideal of planning and zoning equity, all animals are created equal, but in reality enforcing a distorted power structure. Some animals are more equal than others. Reject Orwellian attempts to gaslight yourselves and the public. This includes the misleading email sent by the ABC to Z team on September 11th, reporting that the IDO update has had a full hearing in front of the City Council and unsubtly suggesting that today's meeting is the final hearing on it. Further study is needed to truly understand major effects of small changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Our next speaker is Mr. Stephen Abeta, be followed by Ms. Loretta Naranjo Lopez. Mr. Abeta, please unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, City Council President Pat Davis and esteemed members of the City Council. My name is Stephen Abeta and I reside in the San Jose neighborhood. I'm here today to ask you to support the C2 cumulative impacts update. My neighborhood is inundated with numerous polluting companies in my neighborhood. Many people have asked me, what is cumulative impacts? When I explain it's the disproportionate locating of industrial companies in my neighborhood and they just don't get it because it's hard to understand that concept. So I drive them around my neighborhood and show them the various refineries, petroleum storage facilities, metal shredding, chemical storage, recycled asphalt plants, hot mix asphalt plants, railroad petrochemical offloading facilities, Superfund sites, and so on. At the end of my tour, my guests tell me all about the cumulative impacts that we're experiencing in San Jose. They all say it is wrong and something should be done about it. Today, you have an opportunity to help remedy our situation by approving the C2 cumulative impacts update. Please approve the update and end environmental racism affecting the San Jose neighborhood. Thank you very much, councilors. Goodbye.
Thank you, Mr. Abeta. Our next speaker is Ms. Loretta Naranjo Lopez, followed by Mr. Daniel Regan. Ms. Lopez, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your video, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon, Chair and President and councilors. My name is Loretta Naranjo Lopez. I'm the president of the Santa Barbara Martinez Town Neighborhood Association. And the Historic Neighborhood Alliance sent a letter out September 9th asking that we look at giving more time for public input on the packet ABC, including the text amendments. The public process is flawed because the LUPS committee rejected thorough review and there was not enough time to discuss these amendments with the community. We would like to ask that you do approve the cumulative impact. This is very important to our community that it's approved. And we also are looking at making sure that our communities are safe and healthy. And so we reject that you approved A5, recommending that a construction yard is a conditional when we understand that this is very detrimental to our neighborhoods. The HNA recommends that the city council should slow the process down so that all amendments can be evaluated by the community before any decision is made. We ask that you look at the chart that Peggy Neff sent that shows accepted without changes, suggested amendments, and reject or defer. This is critical that we take our time on these changes, and we implore that you slow down this process and give us the opportunity to look at these carefully and make our recommendations, and that they are heard and implemented in the plan. Otherwise,
Lopez, your time
we're
is
not
up.
being heard, and we're the community, so we're the ones that give you the opportunity to be on that seat. We need you to
Thank you,
listen.
Ms. Loretta.
Thank you.
Loretta Lopez.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Our next speaker is Mr. Daniel Regan, followed by Alejandra Lyons. Mr. Regan, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your video, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
President and councilors, Dan Regan, District 4 Coalition, speaking to zoning issues. As you get close to voting on all revisions, I note several anomalies in the implementation of your IDO. Section 5-2C1 of the IDO says, in essence, that site design shall avoid locating development in floodplains, flood hazard areas, and arroyos. That's pretty plain language. Yet 5 days ago, the EPC issued an approval for a $60 million, 281 apartment complex on 16 acres inside the Pino Arroyo. Secondly, the planning department director said last December that none of the development applications require any applicant to attest to the truthfulness of the facts in their applications. Last fall, an application was filed that contained verifiably false statements. These false statements were walked through a ZHE hearing and into a ZHE notice of decision, which makes that nod non-compliant with the IDO. The council and the administration were notified of all of the above this past December and January, and nothing, nada, has been done about that nod or the applications. I look forward to the day that my city administration and council will cease operating in bad faith with the implementation of the IDO. Thank you, and I wish you luck with the rest of this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Regan. Next speaker is Alejandra Lyons, followed by Marisol Archuleta. Ms. Lyons, please unmute yourself, and I see your video is already on, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. Attention, Mr. President and honorable council members. I'm Alejandra Lyons of the Southwest Organizing Project. Tonight I'll be brief. Last week I addressed the council about working with the San Jose community and passing C-2 cumulative impacts, previously B-21. As I mentioned in my previous comments, this neighborhood takes the brunt of pollution from, in relative to other neighborhoods in the city. I know Councilor Benton has seen a lot of these impacts firsthand. As you saw last week, Representative Romero came and he has also seen a lot of these impacts. I know Councilor Borrego has experienced some of this through her planning experience with the county. And I just hope that we push this amendment through. I mean, this is one way that we can continue to protect San Jose, because once again, we have even just the Sunport Boulevard extension, which is going to affect this community with its traffic, and this amendment won't even include that. So as Stephen Aveta had mentioned, there's a lot of impacts in this community. And so we know that San Jose is one of our most vulnerable neighborhoods. So I hope to see full support from our council members on this amendment. And as I mentioned last week, this is a way we can undo some of the wrongs that were written by our previously planning folks, and we can start to make Albuquerque a more just and equitable city. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Marisol Archuleta, followed by Sal Perdomo. Ms. Archuleta, please unmute yourself and feel free to turn your video. Your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
We're trying to start the video also, if possible. There we go. Hello, my name is Marisol Archuleta. These are my daughters, and we live in the neighborhood right behind the giant gas station off of 2nd Street in between San Jose and Mountain View. And my daughters have something they'd like to say.
Hello, my name's Adelita, and almost every time I go to the park, it's really stinky. Please vote for our neighborhood. Thank you. Hi, my name is Rosie.
You want to say anything else? It's okay. As you can see, there's lots of kids that live very close to this issue right now that you all are tasked to vote on, and it means a lot to them. And so it was actually really special that they were able to speak right now. So thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Sal Perdomo, followed by Isla Anchando. Mr. Perdomo, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn your video, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start.
All right, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, President, members of the council. Thank you for all of your efforts in moving this process forward. I recommend the IDO amendments and red lines be approved today. They've gone through multiple revisions and have been reviewed over the past 10 months by staff, the EPC, and LUTS. The delay of this approval is holding up development projects in Albuquerque and are having a direct negative impact on economic development efforts here in our city. I ask that council approve the amendments as recommended at LUTS and the Packet C amendments brought forward earlier this month. All other amendments should be denied. Moving forward, I ask that council not submit new amendments after LUTS makes their final recommendations. Submitting amendments at the 11th hour does not allow the community to properly vet what has been proposed. This process is hard enough to track, and adding new amendments at the last minute does nothing to enhance the IDO. We appreciate all of your hard work to date on getting these amendments approved. I hope that council will vote to approve these amendments today as to not delay the process any forward. Thank you again for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Isla Anchando, followed by Eric Jantz. Ms. Anchando, please unmute yourself and I see your video on. Your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Members of the Albuquerque City Council, my name is Isela Anchondo, and I'm a clinical law student at UNM School of Law. I am providing comments on the C2 Cumulative Impacts Amendment to IDO. The community of San Jose is concerned by the way they are being disproportionately impacted by the cumulative pollution and toxin emissions of companies in and around their neighborhood. This is particularly unjust because the 95% of San Jose residents are people of color and 61% are low income. The EPA has a tool called EPA EJ Screen, and anyone can go into the website and search up an area or specific location in the United States. It shows information on the statistics I will be providing and support what Mr. Stephen Abeta talked about. EPA's EJ Screen tool shows that the San Jose neighborhood is in the top 1% of neighborhoods nationally in an environmental justice index measuring proximity to Superfund sites, and in the top 10% for hazardous waste proximity and proximity to sites that have the potential for chemical accidents. The neighborhood is the top 10% for cancer and respiratory risk from air toxic facilities. In conclusion, passing the B21 Cumulative Impact Amendment would be a great step on behalf of the City of Albuquerque at preventing further disproportionate pollution harms that companies have created in San Jose, and most importantly, among its predominantly minority and low-income residents. Thank you for the opportunity to provide these remarks, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Eric Jans, followed by Juan Reynosa. Mr. Jans, please unmute yourself and feel free to turn your video. And your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start.
And I will try it.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. My name is Eric Jantz. I'm a staff attorney here on behalf of the New Mexico Environmental Law Center. I'm here to support the amendment C1, defining civic value in the IDO, C2, cumulative impacts, formerly B21, and C10, incorporating public health considerations into the purpose of the IDO. All of these amendments go a long way and are an important first step in addressing the environmental disparities that communities such as San Jose, Mountain View, Greater Gardner, and others have suffered because of the disparate impact of heavy industry in those neighborhoods. This is a burden that should be shared by all of us, and all of us should support this amendment passage, those amendment passages today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Juan Reynosa, followed by Richard Moore. Mr. Reynosa, I see your video on. Feel free to unmute yourself. Your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Thank you. Good evening, City Council. My name is Juan Reynosa, the Deputy Director at the Southwest Organizing Project. Here as well to speak up in support of the C2 cumulative impact amendments to the IDO. For those who've been keeping up with it, we've been here many a times, many meetings now. Sat through the 7-hour meeting last week, and we appreciate you all making this special meeting for us to be able to cover these issues now, and giving us the time to speak as well. You've seen a lot of people speak in support of this, from local city councilors to representatives, a lot of different organizations and community members. There's a wide breadth of support here. And I think Steve's explained it really well that, you know, no other neighborhood, not many other neighborhoods in Albuquerque have this type of concentration of polluting industry. It is an environmental injustice that needs to be rectified. And this is a great opportunity for the city council to take a step forward in helping this community today. It could be a very big precedent that is great. It would help this community's quality of life very much so, including the children who live there. So just think about the family members that you love and care about and the quality of life that you want them to have. That's what we're asking for this community. So I ask you all to support this amendment today. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Moore, followed by Renee Horvath. Mr. Moore, please unmute yourself and feel free to turn your video. Your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Good afternoon. My name is Richard Moore, and on this testimony this evening representing Los Jardines Institute, the Gardens Institute, which is a grassroots environmental and economic justice organization here in Albuquerque. Let me begin by thanking the council for this special session. We at Los Jardines support the C2 Community Impact Amendment. And what I did wanted to say is that clean air, clean water, and clean soil should be a right and not a privilege. These are issues that impact, and the consequences are what is environmental racism. I would also like to remind the council members that we are testifying in front of the Albuquerque City Council around this issue of community impact. I'd also like to remind the council that the council has not done, nor the mayor has dealt with the issues of Martineztown and the issues that have been brought to the council from the Historic Neighborhood Alliance. So again, we support C2 Community Impact Amendments, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Our next speaker is Renee Horvath, followed by Ms. Neff. Ms. Horvath, please unmute yourself. Feel free to turn on your video, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking. Ms. Horvath, are you there? Ms. Horvath, please go ahead and unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking. Ms. Horvath, please go ahead and unmute yourself, and your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Yes, we did send in a spreadsheet, and I also sent in a couple more comments right before the meeting. But again, a lot of people have concern that this is not the right process to address so many of these issues. And I just think this needs to be a better process, because we're talking about a lot of detail that's really critical for the neighborhoods.
Please go ahead and unmute yourself.
You think
Your 1.5 minutes.
you're not coming across? Can you hear me? Okay, can you hear me?
Renee, we hear you fine. Go ahead. If someone's listening, they're on a delay, so they're not going to hear you at the same time. But go-
Okay, I'm on my phone, so I hope you can hear me. All right, I was saying that this is a very difficult process, and I think a lot of the amendments that we're looking at are very important, and they need a careful review. And it's hard to do at these meetings, given 1.5 minutes to discuss all these things. And because I think some of these things could be resolved very easily if we had more time to discuss them before the meeting begins. And so I hope you can still hear me. Okay. And so they're shaking their head, yes. Okay, so I just want to say with cluster, it's not a bad design, but it won't work for open space, because open space, the biggest thing is you need buffer near critical, special, sensitive areas like wildlife preserves. And we've seen it with the petroglyphs. You need buffer. We need to talk about more buffer, but the design isn't bad for some areas. Cottage, I think we're kind of moving in the realm of a zone change, and I think we could do a nice cluster, but I think it needs a little more discussion.
Thank you,
So,
Ms. Horvath, thank you. We appreciate your comments. We gave you some extra time to accommodate for the delay that you heard, so we were able to hear you the whole time, and we appreciate your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Peggy Neff.
I heard Kathy speak.
Please unmute yourself and feel free to turn on your video. And your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking. Ms. Neff, are you there? It looks like your audio may not be connected.
Julianne, I know she was saying that she was having some technical difficulties, so.
Thank you, Counselor. Mr. President, Ms. Neff was our last speaker. We had about 5 other folks that signed up to speak but did not join us at this meeting. But if you wanted to give Ms. Neff a little more time and then maybe come back to her.
That'd be fine. Here's what we'll do. Thank you, Mr. Moya and Ms. Neff. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask, we got a few administrative things to take care of today. So I'm going to ask Mr. Moya to move everybody else out here, out of the room. And Ms. Neff, if you can connect your audio, just pipe up and let us know you're connected. If we can get to you before we open the floor to counselors, we'll be happy to let you speak as well. Mr. Moya, would you go ahead and move out the people from public comment back to the waiting room? If you've been watching us on public comment, you can leave the meeting and continue to follow either by Zoom or online. So we'll take just a brief break while we do that. Ms. Neff, it looks like we might be able to hear you now. Can you unmute on your side and see if you can hear us?
Hello?
Great. Give us just a
Can you
second.
hear
We'll
me
get
now?
everybody else out and then we'll come straight to you.
Sorry to
We can hear
speak
you now.
over
Thank
you, counselors, but I am here. I have been trying to log in for,
I know it's frustrating, Ms. Neff. Give me just a second. We're going to move everybody out of the way and then we'll give you the floor. We can hear you now. Thank you for your patience.
Ms. Neff, if your 1.5 minutes will begin when you start speaking. Please proceed.
Hello, my name is Peggy.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Neff, are you there? It looks like your speaker is on, but we can't hear anything from you anymore.
Good afternoon, counselors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My screen is black because I'm trying to stand in solidarity. Okay, my name is Peggy Neff. My video is black because I'm trying to stand in solidarity with the thousands of other Albuquerque residents and property owners who are being kept in the dark regarding these issues you are addressing today. All right. So can you hear me now?
Yes,
You
Ms.
guys,
Please
this
proceed.
sounds
I
so
believe
bad.
you're following on like YouTube or GovTV, but if you could just follow the audio in the Zoom meeting, we can hear you fine. Please proceed.
Okay, I also wanted to make sure that my telephone number, 505-977-8903, is on the record so that,
Yes, Ms. Neff, I have it.
I add this because if anyone reviews this record of this special meeting, I want them to be able to get in touch with me directly if they have concerns about the continued denial of their rights.
Ms. Neff, you have a minute left on your public comment time.
I'll simply continue speaking to these issues. The deliberate denial of our rights to due process, the negation of our right to deliberate on laws that are imposed on us, our continued the continued abuse of Open Meetings Act in the time of pandemic, when the governor has stipulated that the discussion of non-essential matters are required to be held Just to give you some background on my experiences with this update process, I really tried to be an effective and responsible community member to attend these meetings. None of the questions that I raised have been addressed fully. Trying to attend one of the meetings at Plaza de Sol, I was told that the meetings had been moved and that planning people had no idea where they were shifted to. One of the meetings that I tried to attend,
Thank you,
they
Ms.
had
Neff.
issues
Your
on the
time has
boards for
expired.
comments that had already been passed at City Council. 90% of the issues that are raised in
Thank you,
packet
Ms.
B and
Neff. Time has expired.
B
Sorry
are,
about that. Mr. President, that concludes public comment.
oh my God.
Thank you, Mr.
guys.
Moya, and thank you to everyone who joined us this evening for public comment. We appreciate it, and thanks to counselors for joining us to suspend those rules so we could allow folks to participate. As we mentioned, today is considered a special city council meeting under our rules, and so we don't have any topics under other items of the agenda except for announcements. I understand that Councilor Pena has an announcement, and Councilor, if you're with us, I want to turn the floor to you, and then we'll move to final actions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to do this kind of in a public forum, so I appreciate the time that you're giving me. As you all know, at our committee meeting, we had a zoning hearing for condemnation of some property so that they can demolish it. And I know the rest of my colleagues here on council who do a great job with it. I've kind of just in protest haven't voted for these zoning issues because I just really want us as a city to develop a program to help people who are facing condemnation with being able to repair their buildings. And I think the previous meeting to this, Councillor Benton had discussed wanting to kind of be part of that. We're doing a little bit of research on what that would look like. And then of course, hopefully we can get that implemented. So my opposition would still stand, but it didn't change the vote. You know, I'm getting calls that I voted against it and it's going to stop. It was just the immediate action. And with the immediate action, I hope to bring it to the next council meeting so that we can just vote on immediate action. I don't want to delay this, and I know the rest of the council does a great job in voting on this. I just know that, you know, and I'll just briefly give a little bit of history, not for myself because I have my own personal story, but, you know, there's been folks, we had a gentleman who was in my district who the same thing was happening, and he was on the verge of getting his mother's property demolished, and he had some mental health issues, and working with Brennan and the department and others, we were able to, you know, get him some help, and he was able to finally help his mother to, you know, fix these violations that they had on the books. So I just, again, those are the reasons, and I kind of still stand in protest. I don't think that hinders the project at all, but definitely want to support the immediate action. So thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Counselor, and thank you for that. We understand and we appreciate it very much. And so I understand you've talked to the clerk, and she'll script that for Monday. So thank you, and we'll be sure to let folks know who are interested in that property. Counselors, if there are no other announcements, we'll move on to final actions. Counselors Benton and Jones, O10.
I am obviously not paying attention. Give me just a second, please. Actually, you might want to have Counselor Benton doing this.
That's okay. And Counselor Jones, let me.
I didn't pay one bit of attention.
That's okay. Let me do some housekeeping while we all catch up. For folks that are following along at home, here's how we intend to do this today. Today's meeting is just about the IDO. There are two action items, which is our amendments to O10, which is the IDO itself. And then Councilor Benton has O9, which is a zone map amendment that needs to be handled, but only after we do IDO amendments because they're related. And so councilors have a packet, and we reviewed those at our last city council meeting, as somebody from SWAP mentioned, our 7-hour meeting. But everybody hung in there and we let staff review those. So we have 10 amendments today to review that staff have prepared. And so we'll go through those one by one and let the sponsors present them. And then Councilor Borrego has introduced a packet of amendments, I think about 15 of them that she introduced at about 2 minutes until the meeting today. And so we'll let her explain those as we go through a little bit later. So councilors, if you're ready, we'll go back to the sponsors and let them introduce O10.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry, I was distracted. I should have been listening and hanging on every word you were saying. So this is item O10, final actions, adopting text amendments to the Integrated Development Ordinance 14-16 for the annual update in 2019. I move a do pass.
I see Councilor Benton is eager to second that amendment or that motion. Back to the sponsors, I believe sponsors are, well, let me just say this. Councilor Jones, do you want to speak any at all on this motion before we move to amendments?
I believe just a short speech about this, not even a speech, simply to say that this has been in the works for very close to a year. It's been vetted month after month and meeting after meeting, public meetings, Zoom meetings, TV meetings, in-person meetings. Nothing is ever perfect when you're dealing with government or trying to make things work in some kind of a development. There are different areas of town, different people, different types of development. But we have done a very good job on this. The people involved have tried to do the best they can. I don't believe everyone will ever be happy, but I think some of these amendments will help to clean up a few little things that people have worried about. And therefore, I would respectfully ask that people give us a try at this and see what we can do, because everything can always be changed on these in the future. And with that, I'll turn it over to my partner in crime on this, Councilor Benton, who will take care of the rest of this. Thank you, Councilor Benton. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, thank you. Don't say partner in crime. Somebody's going to take us literally. That was a joke. No, but we are, Councilor Jones and I are partners on the IDO. And just a quick statement about that. It's been a long road with the comp plan and the IDO. And when I heard under the previous administration that they were going to be looking at zoning code reform and that Councilor Jones was sponsoring, I immediately volunteered to sponsor. I think Councilor Jones and I come from kind of, obviously everybody knows we kind of come from different political spheres, but we both have been involved in development in our lifetime careers, and from a different aspect. You know, Councilor Jones did a lot of work in the commercial, industrial, real estate field, and I, as an architect, worked in a lot of public work, but also a lot of affordable housing, working for nonprofits. So we really had kind of a different take on things, and we represent two very different districts in the city. You know, kind of the polar opposites in some ways. So I want to thank her for all her work over the years on IDO. And I want to say about the enactment of this annual amendment, or this annual update, which includes numerous amendments, that when I listened to the speakers, some of the speakers who said, slow it down, you know, at the same time, I heard constituents of mine who said, you know, we really need this cumulative impact amendment. We'll talk about that in a minute. But so it's kind of a contradiction in a way. Also, the second item on tonight's agenda is the North Fourth Character Protection Overlay. So in two cases, on the north side of District 2 and on the south side of District 2, I have many constituents who are vested in us getting this annual update pass. So it's a contradiction, clear contradiction, to say that you support the cumulative impacts amendment and at the same time say we need more time. The whole point of an annual update is you do have more time. You know, we've got to update annually. That's the whole point. That's the way the process was laid out. Furthermore, we have a community planning area process, and I encourage everyone who feels like somehow they didn't understand what's gone on to get involved in their individual community planning area or areas that influence them, because that's the way we're going to move forward. And we will be moving forward with annual amendments every year. That's the thing about the IDO. In the organizational world, it's called continuous process management or continuous improvement of any system that's created. And I think that's one thing I liked immediately when I saw where we were heading with the IDO, and that I think is valid and that I think improves community understanding if people are willing to stop saying, slow it all down, and start getting involved and really digging into it. I've said before, and I'll just say it one more time now, zoning law and ordinances are very obtuse. You know, I spent my whole career as an architect interpreting the old one, interpreting in quotes, right? Because it was very, how should I say? It had very little cohesion. It began in 1959 and it was amended willy-nilly, and it became a very difficult document to work with, and it did not serve us well. I personally believe the development of our city is not, as reflected by the old zoning code, is not the greatest thing in the world. So this is the chance for everybody to get involved and pay attention to these. And I appreciate the attention paid by many of the speakers, but we can't just hold up the process indefinitely. We cannot do that. That's not the way it's designed to be done. It's like come back every year and we need to amend and then start working on new amendments and start working on the CPA process, importantly. That's been delayed by a year because of the COVID. And that will begin in January. I encourage everybody to get involved. even if you're not one of the first 3 years. I sound like I'm doing a closing. I'm just trying to do an introduction. I'm sorry, but I'm sort of speaking to the public members who spoke, who I respect, and I appreciate their support for the cumulative impact. It's been a really big advancement that probably would not have occurred in the absence of the IDO zoning reform. So that's it, Mr. President. But I'll go ahead and move the amendments. I guess we have to move these amendments one at a time that are in the packet, and I'll let the staff kind of guide us through that.
Thank you, sir. And amendment number 1 for those following along at home is going to be council. It's in packet. We call it C1. And so, Councilor Benton, it's yours. If you want to move it, that'll be floor amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move amendment C1. This is civic or environmental benefit. This is one of the ones that some people would say, oh, why did this come up at the last minute? Well, it came up because of the cumulative impact C2. It makes a reference in the C2 about, just go ahead and go back to C1, please, about this term of civic or environmental benefit. And this term occurs in 2 other places in the already existing IDO. And I said, well, what's the definition? And it turned out there wasn't a formal definition of this. And I felt it was important to clarify both the C2 amendment, but also that it was important for clarification within the IDO as a whole. So this creates a definition of what a civic and environmental benefit is.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. The motion on the floor is for floor amendment number 1. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Councilors, any other discussion? Give me just a second. I'm going to pull up my list so I can see hands. Just a second. Thanks. Oh, perfect. Thanks, Julian. I see Councilor Bassan and Councilor Gibson. Thanks. I had to get my screen right here to manage that. Councilor Bassan, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to say that I think that, given some conversations that I've had of late, I do support definitions. I feel like are always good to have. So I think that we can always make further adjustments, but it's important that we define as much as possible, especially in regards to this. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to talk about what had been Amendment B20. And I don't know if it's part of this or something else that we're going to do here in a minute. It was something that was discussed and voted on and passed in LUPS. And since then, I've had a second look and would just like to bring it up for conversation. So is this appropriate time to do this? I'll ask the sponsor. Does this cover B20?
Mr. President and Councilor Gibson, I don't think so unless there's something within there that includes this definition. But I'll ask staff to help out with that.
Ms. Morris. Or Michelle.
Oops. Mr. President, councilors, Councilor Gibson, can you clarify for me what aspect of B20 you were concerned about?
Okay, and I realize that was quite a bit. I should have been more specific. This is about the prohibition of variances in conditional use properties. And that was referenced in, I believe it was B20, maybe B18.
Yes, Mr. President, councilors, so B20 was the technical edits at LUPS. And there was some language in the technical edits clarifying when you can get a variance and when you can get a conditional use. This revision was made to clarify the language, and I think it's something that Mr. Melendrez can talk to a little bit more eloquently than I, as it has a legal background. So I will hand that answer over to Mr. Melendrez, who I believe is on the call.
Thank
you. Mr. Melendrez.
Thank you, Mr. President
and Petra and Councilor Gibson. So we did address this at LUPS, and I'm happy to kind of restate the concept here. So we're talking about two different discretionary practices that will come before the city for two different types of approvals. The first is a conditional use approval. The second is a variance approval. Both of those approvals before the city are subject to different standards and different tests that must be satisfied in order for one or both of them to be approved. And sometimes they're considered by different bodies at different points in time. So with respect to the conditional use requirements, those types of applications go before the city's zoning hearing examiner. And one of the things that the zoning hearing examiner is making findings about is that that particular conditional use complies with all requirements of the IDO. And so when that finding is made, presumably the determination is that the requirements of the IDO will be satisfied as they are stated in the IDO without any anticipation that they will be varied in any degree in a way that could impact the propriety of the proposed conditional use that's being requested. So that finding is being made. Another finding is being made for the conditional use that the proposed use will not cause any harm to the community. Conditional use is not what we would describe as a use by right in a zone. It's a use that is appropriate only if certain conditions can be satisfied, and that's why there's a higher discretionary threshold for that type of review. And when that review is happening, the types of concerns that are being addressed, again, are whether it's going to create harm for the community and whether or not it's going to comply with the requirements of the IDO. So if at a time subsequent, a second application is submitted for a variance, and that particular variance is requesting something that is not permitted by the IDO. That's the nature of a variance. The IDO sort of prescribes the world within which land use operates within the city, and the variance provides a potential escape hatch if certain requirements are met for an individual application, including that particular property that's impacted is going to suffer some type of hardship under the IDO if the variance isn't granted. And so if a property comes forth that has previously been granted a conditional use approval and they apply for a variance, the facts that apply to that site and to that application have now potentially changed from the facts that existed when the zoning and hearing examiner made a determination that the requested use would not cause any harm and that it would comply with the requirements of the IDO. So putting those two concepts together, this proposed amendment would help ensure that when a conditional use permit is proposed and ultimately approved, that the factors that would justify that approval would remain without being able to be waived through a subsequent variance process. And also to kind of close the loop on the idea that conditional uses are special, they are not uses by right, and that if you're going to do one of these uses, you do need to comply with requirements of the IDO without any deviation.
Councilor Gibson.
Thank you. Thank you for that. It's really a good good explanation, and I do recall it from LUPS. Sorry to make you go through it a second time, but so it seems to me that there could very well exist conditions, and certainly it's happened before and will happen again, where there is no harm that would be caused to a neighborhood, but that for some could be very incidental thing, a builder might request a variance. It could be something attached to the building, could be a glazing requirement. It could be, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something else, some minor lighting variance. So if that's the case, would a builder or developer in requesting, or not requesting, but going for a conditional use on a property, would they be not truthful if they said, no, we will comply with the IDO, and that actually there is a variance option within the IDO? I don't really mean to be splitting hairs here, But it seems to me that I could, if I were a developer, I could in good faith pursue conditional use on a piece of property and still, you know, could be able to ask for a variance. Doesn't mean I'm going to get it, you know? I mean, particularly something that would be rather, you know, more than a minor thing, you know, more than something that would not have impact. So what do you think? Is something like that, is that something that could happen and probably has happened, I expect, without having any impact on neighborhoods?
Mr. Chair, Councilor Gibson, yeah, certainly it's going to be impossible, you know, sitting here in this meeting or any meeting to predict what type of factors could play out and accurately say that, you know, every instance is going to be problematic. That's probably not the case. I think that you're you know, tapping into something that's practical and true, which is that your example would be possible where a conditional use permit would be approved, but then a subsequent variance may not have any impact on the factors that led to that approval. But I think what's buried sort of maybe just beneath the surface of the test for the conditional use permit is this concept that is written into the IDO and that's been written into prior tests for conditional uses, which is that a conditional use is not business as usual. It's not a single family in an R1 zone. It's the car wash, it's the auto-oriented use within a light commercial zone. It's the use that's different and potentially problematic in the wrong spot, but generally potentially okay within the zoning district as a whole. And so within that kind of concept of the conditional use permit, one of the requirements that you know, without waiver, that the zoning hearing examiner is making a determination about is whether or not the proposal will comply with the requirements of the IDO, presumably as stated within the IDO. So it gets a little bit gray with respect to that particular test for the conditional use permit, because it appears to set forth a policy within the IDO that one of the standards for getting this special non-normal use is that you meet the requirements as stated. So that's one of the policy justifications that kind of appears at least to tilt the scale when trying to solve this issue in terms of favoring a complete sort of detachment of the two processes. If you're going to get this special approval, then the city would expect you to meet the requirements of the IDO as stated without deviation.
Yeah, so I understand what you're saying, and I think I appreciate the intent behind it, but there are always exceptions. You know, there's always going to be the potential for exceptions. You know, we can draw perfect plans, perfect designs on paper, and then, you know, when we actually see it in 3D, realize that there's something that could work better. So I would just like to pose an amendment to this, amending the amendment to strike lines in the accompanying spreadsheet related to red line pages 419R, 44R, 447R, and 449R, which prohibit a variance to be requested for a property that has an approved conditional use.
Okay, so Counselor, before I ask for a second there, I want to be sure I capture that. So the amendment to the amendment is to strike the following lines to B20,
I can,
which is 419R, 44R, 447R, and 449R. Counselor, is that right? And then we'll be sure the clerk got it as well.
yes.
Madam Clerk, did you capture that just for the record? Okay, she's got it. Thanks. Just wanted to be sure because we didn't have that ahead of time. And so the motion on the floor is for that. Do we have a second? I see Borrego and Hassan for questions, but Is there anybody who wants to second that, or Counselor Gibson, before we do you want to explain? We don't have those handy, so do you want to explain what those are or why that matters?
I'm sorry, were you talking with me?
I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. I don't believe that counselors who were not in LUPS had that benefit of that discussion. Can you tell us just a little bit about what your motion for those line items relates to and how that would impact this?
Oh, certainly.
Very
certainly.
quickly, I'm sorry.
So what this amendment that I'm proposing will reverse actually one part of what we did at LUPS. And that one part prohibits asking for a variance in a conditional use area. So if I make, Ms. Schultz, did I say that right?
Mr. President, Councilor Gibson, yes, the intention of your amendment is to continue to allow, as happens today, a property owner to request a variance if they have an approved conditional use for their property. What was passed at the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee meeting would prohibit that action from happening in the future. So the intention of your amendment is to reverse that action to continue allow variances to be asked for on conditional use properties.
Yes, thank you very much for that. So that's the intention of that amendment, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I would second that.
Okay, so Counselor Borrego is going to offer the second. Counselors Borrego and Bassan, I have my notes to come back to you after we do the amendment to the amendment, but we cleared the screen so others can participate.
Point of order,
Question.
Mr. President.
Counselor Benton, go ahead.
Point of order. First, I don't believe we were starting with the first item, C1. Is this in order, or this is in the nature of an amendment about a previous action along the lines of what Councilor Borrego? Help me out here, staff, because this sounds to me like it has nothing to do with aside from the fact that C1 does mention, does apply, in fact, to conditional uses.
Councilor Ben, I believe that's the way it gets in, it mentions the conditional use process. Councilor Gibson wanted to respond and explain how, and then we'll ask Mr. Melendrez if we need to. Councilor Gibson, can you explain?
So just to expand a point, that's kind of how I started my comments going forward. I'm not sure that this belongs here, but then we got into the explanation and my amendment. So it's, yes, Councilor Benton, it could be that this is not the appropriate place for it, but I wanted to bring it up now and be wrong or not bring it up when I should. And
I'm in a city council meeting.
Thank you. And just to clarify, we're working with the clerk to be sure we get this right. Mr. Melendrez, I can see it germane as long as it deals with the conditional use as this references, but it's going to have to be new text in floor amendment number 1. Is that correct?
Mr. President, yes, I think that recognizing Councilor Benton's point about progress and of where we're at in the process, there probably is some discretion as to where this might appropriately be placed, but there's no limit on the councilor's ability to raise this at this point if the president and the council is prepared to entertain a vote out on it at this time.
Mr. President, if I could just to take prerogative as sponsor of this amendment, I don't think it fits here. It would seem to fall under the category, as far as I can tell, of an amendment to previous actions of the LUPS, which is technically before us. The whole body of the amendments that have been passed by LUPS are before us as part of the IDO. But this is a very specific amendment having to do with a definition of civic or environmental benefit. The only reason the staff explanation included conditional use is because this definition in some cases would apply to a conditional use, but this is not the place for such an amendment, and I would oppose adding it to this amendment.
Let me just ask really quickly, Mr. Melendrez or Ms. Schultz, help me just to be sure. I hear your point, Councilor Benton. I could see it germane, but it's a little wonky. Councilor Gibson, would this be more appropriately added to item C8, which is just technical edits? I think that's a better place because that seems like a catch-all amendment. It would allow the clerk to more easily incorporate this. Would you be okay if would you be open to doing that there and withdrawing the amendment to the amendment just so that we can keep the record in the a little cleaner? Councilor Gibson, we need you to unmute there.
Sorry, Mr. President. Thank you for that suggestion. I don't have any problem with that. I do have a question though. If we do that, put this amendment elsewhere, would the and I think I know the answer to this. There wouldn't have to be an adjustment of the definitions. Definitions are the definitions, correct? Okay, all right. So that's why I started out the way I did. And I'm not sure that this belongs here, but here we go. So I'll wait until 09, right?
I will withdraw my second until you guys decide where it goes.
Thanks. Yes, ma'am. So, Councilor Gibson, I'm going to take that as a withdrawal of your amendment to the amendment for now. When we get to item C8, we'll review it. I put it on my notes to come back to you first for that, if that's okay. It's item C8, I think, will be the tech edits, and that'll be easier for us all to keep it together. And so thank you for that, and we'll come back to that discussion. Councilor Benton, I believe we were on your bill, your amendment. The councilors that we had that wanted to weigh in here were Councilor Borrego and then Councilor Bassan, and then we'll come back to Councilor Benton to close. So Councilor Borrego, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, I didn't know if we were going to be going through each one separately, or if we can just, because I have something that I need to offer as part of the council amendments that's in my packet that I need to pull out and place in here. But I don't know if it's part of this discussion or if we're going to go through each one.
Councilor, we're going to take each one in order in the packet, like C1, C2, C3. They may end up with different floor amendments, but we are going to take the ones that were pre-submitted, those 10 in order.
Okay, thank you, because I have one for C6.
When we get to that, just remind us and we'll pull yours out so that folks can look at that with you. So thank you, ma'am. Councilor Bassan on floor amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Honestly, this is not about, my apologies, this is not about amendment number 1. And Councilor Benton, I do not mean to work a little bit backwards, but I forgot to ask Mr. Melendrez before we started. I've had some people reach out and mention that perhaps we should attest to the fact that none of us councilors have any personal gain or association with current planning activities, and we have no prejudice prior to voting. So I don't feel like we need to do that personally, but I had talked to Mr. Melendrez about that earlier, and I was wondering if he could help clarify that prior to us voting on any of this and proceeding. But again, Councilor Benton, I'm sorry to hijack this and move backwards, and thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to do so.
Thanks. Mr. Melendrez, will you respond to that question and explain the process and the ethics issue quickly, and then we'll go back
to you, Mr. President. Every time this council casts a vote, it is doing so subject already to the city's code of ethics, which has in place requirements that councilors not be voting on issues that they're self-interested in. So, regardless of any statement made or not, those obligations flow to this body, as everybody knows, together with the oath of office that was taken upon being sworn in, and the obligations to follow the city's code of ethics.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. Councilor Benton, we are back on floor amendment number 1 as presented.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, this started out, I thought, as a simple definition addition. I urge your support.
Thank you, Counselor. Seeing no other discussion, I'll ask our clerk, Ms. Ortega, to take the roll call vote on floor amendment number 1.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego, Counselor Borrego.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Counselor Harris, Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes, and will you try Counselor Harris one more time, please?
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. 9-0.
Thank you. Counselors, we are up on floor amendment number 2. Counselor Benton, I believe this is item C2. I'm sorry, it's item C2. Are you presenting it as number 2?
Yes, Mr. President, this would be floor amendment number 2. And I move this. This is the cumulative impact amendment that we've heard so much about.
Thanks. I take a second from Counselor Borrego. And let me just make a note here for housekeeping again for the administration. I see we have a number of folks from the administration, including Mr. Varela, Mr. Morrow, and Mr. Padilla, and some other folks. If you from the administration want to weigh in on these, just be sure you raise your hand or just jump in here with us. I understand the administration doesn't want to comment on all of them, so we'll just leave that open on the floor to avoid us having to go back and forth every time. Thanks, Counselor Benton. I just wanted to make that clear. We had a second from Counselor Borrego. Counselors for discussion.
Mr. President, if I could. So just quickly, the history of this amendment, I think most the counselors have been on LUPS have heard it. And at this point, after our last meeting, I think for public comment, we've heard from some of the public about it. But this goes back to concerns in our older parts of the city that pre-existed even the old zoning ordinance, where development occurred ad hoc. Specifically, when the railroad came into Albuquerque in the late 19th century and what was called Newtown sprung up, neighborhoods sprung up along the railroad line, along with just not only in downtown and Burleson and South Broadway, but up and down the railroad line. And workers, typically working people who had jobs along that corridor, built homes there or rented homes there, or homes were built that they rented. That's how those neighborhoods grew up. And that includes, if you started from the north side of town, that would include Greater Gardner, which is up in the Griegos, west of the tracks area, going on down to Wells Park, Santa Barbara, Martinez Town, even the sawmill with the spur that went over to the old sawmill, going on down to Burleson, South Broadway, and San Jose, just to speak about neighborhoods within the city limits. And that pattern continued in the unincorporated county. That pattern, as I said, was ad hoc. It was not sanctioned by anyone. Those were the days where if you had some land, you built what you wanted to build. And those were the type of incompatible uses that eventually led to a national movement to enact zoning in the early 20th century. In Albuquerque, these are the neighborhoods where we hear so much about environmental justice, and environmental justice, of course, exists far beyond this. But in the case of the oldest neighborhoods, this is where we see these conflicts between noxious industrial uses and lo and behold, they're all in District 2. So this is why I took this on. And we originally crafted this as a citywide because it seemed to make sense citywide. It may have some use to look in other ways citywide, but we limited the area for now because this is really historically where we've had the problem. And I really appreciate everyone who's worked on this. And I appreciate the fact that both the environmental justice community and the development community is supporting this amendment at this point. We've scaled it back, not only geographically, but in terms of some of the uses that were listed. But you've pretty much heard the arguments in favor of it. And I haven't heard recently a whole lot against it. Some individuals within the development community still don't like it, but this does not prohibit these uses from going in. However, it does establish additional parameters, and they're not parameters that are, it's not placing a lot of burden on our planning department or anything. It does place the requirement to create a cumulative impact analysis, which is not some major study, but rather a form that will be developed that they'll fill out when they're applying if they are in one of these areas and they're proposing one of these uses. And if they want to do that, then they do need to answer some questions that we don't normally ask in zoning. It goes a little bit beyond just the non-harming approach to our zoning, because these properties are already zoned for these uses, just to be clear. But it recognizes that that the accumulation of such uses can be harmful to residents in the area. And when you've got these checkerboard mixes of uses. So that's what it's about. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Borrego for a comment or question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to sort of add to what Councilor Benton was discussing. It's important to understand sort of the history of the development of the inner city neighborhoods. In 1957, when the zoning code was adopted, the city zoning code, many of these areas were kind of upzoned because there was sort of a I think a wish on some of our forefathers in terms of the way that the city would develop in those inner city areas. And so many of them had, you know, very high zoning like R3, high density residential, C3, manufacturing zones that were adopted on those properties, and the platting that occurred also back in those days. We worked on some of that in the 80s and the 90s, and we actually downzoned some of these areas and legally worked with the communities in the sector plans. And even before the sector plans, urban renewal to ensure that some of these impacts were lessened, because the way that the zoning was adopted and then the way that it actually developed was chaotic, to say the least, because you had a number of residential areas directly adjacent to manufacturing zoned areas. And so, and then in some instances, you actually had manufacturing occurring on residential properties. So I think that this cumulative impact analysis is something that, you know, over the years we've been working on to ensure that when uses are adopted or rezoned, that, you know, we follow some sort of methodology that protects the neighborhoods. And so I think this is really a step in the right direction. And it's a direction that we've actually, as a city, have been going in for many years, but we still haven't gotten there. So I think this helps us to continue that journey.
Thank you, Councilor. And seeing no other discussion, to Councilor Benton to close. Let me just add, Councilor, I think this is a good idea. Thank you for bringing it. I know it's stuff that has been talked about for 30 years, and you've been working on it for a number of them. And as I recall, during those IDO meetings, this was something you talked about then, and ensuring that it was in our first group of updates, so we had the time to do it. And I appreciate you following up and doing that. So just wanted to say thank you. And
Mr. President.
Sorry, I do see someone from the administration jumped in as we asked them to do.
Sorry, Mr. President, this is Lawrence. I just wanted to make a comment about this particular amendment on behalf of the administration. I did have an opportunity to sit with or visit with Councilor Benton yesterday, and we had a long conversation about the intent and the idea here. And as I think, as Councilor Borrego just mentioned, we support the concept of looking at a higher, if you will, level of criteria for development along the rail corridor, especially as we look at some of our communities, our older communities in the city. I also would just simply say that I think this is going to be a work in progress as we look for a process that does what cumulative impact analysis is and what it will be as it relates to the department, the plan department. This is a bit of a new area for us. It's not something that we have in our, that we've done before necessarily. And obviously we'll be working with the council on this, but I do think that this is an opportunity for us to do what Councilor Benton described, which is really create a better voice for our community in that area of the rail line. But it will be some work in progress for our department and the legal department, and obviously for the communities that are impacted with this particular amendment. So I just wanted to make sure that the council knew that we're working together on this to make it better. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Real. Thanks for joining us from your remote undisclosed location. We appreciate you tuning in.
I'm here at your favorite balloon museum.
I understand. Thank you. Councilor Ben.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks, Mr. Real, for that word of support. And yes, we do know that this is going to have to be shaken out. We know that the development of this checklist that we're going to create, which will be a standardized form. It should be fairly easy to administer, and should be, in my opinion, pretty straightforward for any applicant to fill out. That will be developed with the cooperation of the planning department, council services, and also the environmental health department. We look forward to all that expertise at the table of developing that checklist. But yeah, I want to thank the folks who originally pointed out the precedents for this, which are in other cities, and I've taken that tour of San Jose many times. For if Esther and Steve are still listening, they weren't the first ones to give me that tour. And San Jose is a great neighborhood that, as we said, it grew up around a lot of pretty noxious uses, and that deserves some special attention. And so do the other neighborhoods I mentioned along the corridor. So again, it's mapped very strategically to only follow the rail corridor. That's the main line, north and south, and then also to a somewhat lesser extent, the Sawmill Spur. So that's how it's configured. I do want to thank Esther and Steve, Abeta, and Juan Reynosa, who worked on this. Chris Melendres, who we started out with doing research on other cities, and Shanna Schultz, who really helped us carry it through to the conclusion here. I really do hope my fellow councilors can support this and recognize that these are unique areas of the city that really do need special protection. I urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. And my apologies, I managed to overlook Councilor Gibson, who raised her hand just as Mr. Real was finishing. And so, Councilor Benton, if you're okay, I'm going to go back to her. And then if there's anything else to comment, I'll let you reclose. And it was my fault. So, Councilor Gibson, go ahead.
Thank you. And I'll be real brief. I just want to thank the sponsor for doing this. And things like this make me really happy to live in Albuquerque, because we recognize problems and aren't afraid to tackle them. So I think this is real big. I don't know what other cities do, but I'll bet they're not as far along as we are. Anyway, thank you very much.
Councilor Ben, I bet that you'll take that as a compliment, and thank you. So seeing no other discussion, I'll ask our clerk to call the roll on what will be floor amendment number 2.
Correct. Councilor Bassan.
Oh, yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Thank you. 9-0 on amendment number 2.
Congratulations, Councilor. A long time coming. Next up, Councilor Borrego. Will be item C3 in the packet. It's the one with the blue table for folks following along. Councilor Borrego, this will be floor amendment number 3. Go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to move this. What this does is it creates usable open space for multifamily development citywide. And basically what it does is we go back to some of our old zoning and we base it on our number of bedrooms in the multifamily units. And I worked on this with Shanna and Petra, and I think this is a good thing because it ensures that all of our multifamily units throughout the city have offer open space for their residents.
Thank you, ma'am. And so I see Councilor Senna, I believe, as a second. So thank you, Councilor. We'll take that hand down. Thank you, Mr. Moya. Other councilors for discussion on floor amendment number 3. Seeing none, Ms. Ortega, take the roll, please. Or I'm sorry, Councilor Borrego, I'll take that as a close since you didn't have any questions, unless you have anything further. Thanks.
No, that's
Ms.
good. Thank you. I'm good.
Councilor Bassan,
Yes.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
Yes.
Councilor Jones,
Yes.
Councilor Pena,
Yes.
Councilor Senna,
Yes.
Councilor Davis,
Yes.
9-0 on amendment number 3.
Thank you. Councilors, next up will be in our packet item C4. I'll introduce as floor amendment number 4. Floor amendment number 4 amends one of the tables 421 for allowable uses to make liquor retail conditional instead of permissive in MXM zones, unless it's accessory to a grocery store. Liquor retail is one of those uses that's generally been seen as incompatible with neighborhoods, as we all have seen and heard. You'll remember some of the issues we had with a particular chain of convenience stores in Southeast that the council moved forward and declared a nuisance last year, in part because of ongoing issues with individual and retail liquor sales. This would make those future liquor retail conditional in those areas. So essentially just in those MXM mixed use zones around things like Central and Wyoming, Montgomery, Coors, et cetera, to ensure that neighborhoods and the council have a chance to look at these issues and ensure that individual liquor retail is an appropriate use for any future development. And so with that, I'll move floor amendment number 4. And is that Councilor Borrego for a second? Thank you.
Yes.
Councilors, any discussion on floor amendment number 4? Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Where I can see the relevance of this and the importance of it, I just really wanted to make sure to clarify and get my 2 cents in that I would be happy to work on something, asking the legislature to regulate some alcohol sales and whatnot in the future. But given that gas stations or other uses they're private businesses, I really struggle with being able to curtail what they can and can't sell. So I'm sorry, but I can't support this amendment.
Thank you. And councilors, other discussion? To respond and to make a quick and easy close, I thank you, Councilor. I totally understand, although I just want to point out that liquor retail is already, liquor uses are already things that we regulate in other places. And for example, sex businesses, for example, are also ones that are conditional or required extra variances in neighborhoods exactly like this. So I don't think it's any different than the other areas that we regulate. And again, it's not banning it. It's just requiring that someone wanting to add that use would have to go through a conditional use so that concerned folks in the neighborhood would have a chance to look at it. And this council could ultimately make the decision about appropriateness. But I understand your position and I appreciate it. Councilor, seeing no other discussion, I'll ask Ms. Ortega to call the roll.
Councilor Bassan,
No.
Councilor Benton,
Yes.
Councilor Borrego,
Yes.
Councilor Gibson,
Yes.
Councilor Harris,
No.
Councilor Jones,
No.
Councilor Pena,
No.
Councilor Senna,
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That passes on a 5-4 vote.
Thank you, councilors. Councilor Benton, we're back to you. Item C5, which I believe will be amendment 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 5 reads as follows. Add a footnote to table 512 to correspond with the front minimum setback requirements in UC MSPT areas in mixed use zones as follows. Renumber subsequent footnotes as necessary. where an outdoor seating or gathering area or outdoor dining area is located between the sidewalk and parking or loading area, a 3-foot wall and trees spaced 20 feet on center between the outdoor seating area and gathering area or outdoor dining area, and any parking or loading area shall be required. And so this applies to an amendment that was already passed at, I believe, at LUPS. And just a little background, the original IDO required on Main Street corridors and similar conditions that the building frontage be maintained up at the, essentially at or close to the property line. And it also required that on any given property, that 50% of the frontage be placed on that property line. That would leave the other 50% as really whatever is allowed under the zoning. So it could be a plaza like this, or it could be a parking lot. The amendment that was passed previously allowed a patio, an outdoor dining patio, to be counted as part of that building, minimum building frontage, or in lieu of that minimum building frontage. This amendment, and I've spoken to Councilor Sena about this, who sponsored the previous amendment, and I'm sure she'll want to speak to this. But this amendment says, okay, accepted, street front dining is a good thing. It contributes to vitality of these main streets, so it's fine and it can count. But instead of just having a dining area that's out, that you've taken away that street wall, that intent, original intent, and you've got this in its place. But instead of just that dining area, picture this, if you would, that 25% of the frontage can be the dining area. The other 25%, by the way, can still be a parking lot for that matter, or driveways, or anything, just general open space. But if you were to do this and you had parking adjacent to the dining area, that there should be a low wall and trees, just to provide just to soften the impact of just having more parking, because effectively without this, a person could just have a slab and put some tables out there, and you would see all the cars in the parking behind it, and the cars going back and forth behind it. The visual impact of that, and the impact of that for a person just walking down the street, whether they were going to that location or not, is inferior in my mind to what this would provide, which is some sort of backdrop at least before you see the parking lot.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I am just really opposed to this because of the pandemic, and I really want to quote Councilor Benton for saying, we do this every year, and this might be something to consider next year. But we have restaurants going out of business almost every day in Albuquerque, and some of these patio arrangements are the only thing that's keeping some of these businesses alive. And I think this is something that the market can take care of. And what I mean by that, if you're going to have seating which is really uncomfortable for the diners, they're not going to come back. So I think that's how you take care of it. You don't need to regulate this. At least not this year, at least not when we have restaurants going out of business weekly, if not daily. Let's, some of these configurations we see around town are a little funky. I get that, but let's see after we get out the other side of this pandemic, things go back to normal, and let's see if we have some, existing tent situations that need regulating because they reflect poorly on the neighborhood or the community or something. But right now, I think we should just put up with the eclectic funkiness until we get through the pandemic and not regulate it.
Thank you, Councilor Harris. Next up, we have Councilor Senna, then Councilor Gibson, and back to the sponsor to close. Councilor Senna.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I just wanted to give some background on the original amendment and just speak to, Councilor Sanchez was the one that brought this forward, and really he was ahead of his time because he kind of foresaw this in a way. The original conversation was brought forward because of a fast food restaurant in the district, and thinking about how can we make it a little bit more inviting, and how can we make the area more inviting for people to walk and be pedestrians just walking up to restaurants to enjoy, especially along West Central, and especially to my constituents' concerns that somehow this would make patios scoot up all the way to Coors. Coors does not apply to this zone. But I just wanted to mention that really the intent of the original amendment, and why I also brought it forward and continued to carry it, was also to think about our future past COVID, making outdoor dining spaces a little bit more of an option for restaurants, and make it a little bit more enjoyable as well as people walk to these places to enjoy food. But I do, have some issue, just that I hope that this does not make it more difficult. I love the idea of providing it as incorporating more trees and making it a greener space. That's what I'm, willing to do. But I just hope that this doesn't make it more difficult for people to create more of a outdoor dining space. But I'm certainly willing to continue that discussion, and like to hear the thoughts of the other counselors. But so far, I'm kind of on the fence on this amendment, but really do appreciate Councilor Benton bringing this forward, just because it brings that conversation to what can our outdoor dining spaces look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Next up, we have Councilor Gibson, then Councilor Jones, and then back to the sponsor to close. Councilor Gibson.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we just, last month, I think it was last month, appropriated $300,000 to restaurants to help create space for outdoor dining. So I think that that in itself, to counter Councilor Harris's argument that during COVID there fewer dollars available, which I appreciate, and I agree with him, but that's why we did the appropriation. And I don't know why this would not fall under the intention of that appropriation. So maybe that's a question. Maybe let me change that into a form of a question for staff. Would this be an appropriate, or the administration maybe, whoever might know, would the requirements for like a 3-foot wall if needed, some kind of greenery, would that be considered an appropriate expenditures for the $300,000 grant for part of that money?
I'm not sure if Mr. Real is still with us. I'm not sure if our staff has the technical expertise to talk about the appropriateness of the CARES Act money or federal dollars there.
So I don't know why it wouldn't be, Mr. President. We talked about
I think
greenery and,
Yes. Madam Vice President, he didn't volunteer, but I see Mr. Varela from the City Attorney's Office is joining us. And so I might try to put him on the spot to see if he can, or one of his colleagues would be able to look at that question or just opine briefly to respond. Mr. Varela, are you still available, or someone from the City Legal? If not, Counselor, we'll keep this going for a minute. We have another counselor, and we'll try to raise them and see if they can get you an answer before we conclude debate.
Thank you.
Mr. Varela, are you still there? I see you're unmuted.
Yes, I am, President Davis and Councilor Gibson. If you could please do me a favor and repeat the question, just so I understand exactly what you're asking regarding CARES Act funding.
Madam Vice President.
Certainly. Thank you, Mr. President. Certainly, Mr. Varela. last month, the $300,000 appropriation was passed and intended for retailers and restaurants to create a comfortable space for their shoppers or for their diners. And we talked about at that time shade coverings, even tenting with sidings, some kind of landscaping, you know, potted plants or whatever. And I'm wondering if what's in this amendment, C5, could also be qualified as an appropriate expenditure for restaurants.
And without having a specific example in front of me, I can say with confidence from a legal perspective that if the improvement is due to the COVID emergency and our efforts, and especially the council's efforts to increase the economic activity through that grant money, as long as it is COVID-19 related improvements, then yes, CARES Act money and the money that you appropriated via the CARES Act should be usable for this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilor. Thanks, Mr. Varela. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but thanks for jumping in, and we appreciate you spending time with us this afternoon. Councilor Jones, and then back to the sponsor. Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. When this was first presented by the sponsor, I was very, very much in favor of it, and I still am. However, I think there are a few details that weren't answered, and one of the major ones for me now, as I'm looking at that, is this effective retroactive, or is this for new construction? Because many restaurateurs right now have outside dining, as we've discussed, and we don't have the ability nor the space to put in the trees. And I love the idea, but the major question is, I guess I have to ask the sponsor, is this intended and this written to be retroactive?
I want to defer to the sponsor if he wants to respond, but I know Mr. Melendrez has an answer as well in terms of how this might apply in terms of temporary versus permanent. So,
if I could, and then Mr. Melendrez might want to weigh in as well. This would only apply if a building permit were applied for. So it doesn't really apply to any existing space that exists that's a patio. But if you've got an existing property with a building and the area to do this, and it's on one of these premium transit corridors or Main Street or urban centers, remember, this is the only place this applies, those specific corridors. Then you would apply for a building permit, and at that point, you would be required to provide this feature to your patio that you built.
Thank you, Councilor Benton and Mr. President. That was very enlightening, and I'm sure changed a lot of our perspective of how this is going to be done. I would love to hear from Mr. Melendrez.
Mr. Melendrez, can you take that really quickly in the temporary versus permanent piece of this?
Definitely, Mr. President. So to kind of pick up on both City Legal and Councilor Benton's comments, the amendments, all of the amendments that you're doing here tonight and the action that you're taking would operate prospectively. So the requirement would not apply retroactively. That's the nature of the way that our zoning works in the city and elsewhere. With respect to the money that was appropriated for the purpose of helping with businesses do more outdoor dining for the purposes of public safety, those appropriations were for temporary outdoor spaces. And so this would apply to, as Councilor Benton mentioned, more permanent outdoor spaces. And the allowances that were permitted for restaurants were to do things that they would not have otherwise been permitted to do under the zoning code, with the understanding that they were on a temporary basis. And so the funding that was discussed earlier would be more appropriate for those temporary fixes while we continue to endure under the public health emergency with occupancy limits, but not necessarily for permanent upgrades to a business moving forward as would be required by this amendment.
Thank you. Back to Councilor Jones.
Thank you. That answered my questions. I think it makes a big difference for all of us how this is going to be done. We'd hate to have people, first of all, I don't think CARES could cover, the allotment could cover the amount to do some of the work that needs to be done to do a permanent outside dining facility. So the clarification was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Harris, and then back to the sponsor to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I have a question and a comment. Aren't the restaurants getting building permits for these temporary outdoor seating? I mean, isn't that essentially what this is?
I won't answer that.
Ms. Schultz or Ms. Morris, I don't think we have the planning folks here, but I believe they're temporary permits under a temporary process. Is that what I recall, or one of our staff can answer that question?
So maybe we could do an amendment. You know, I was thinking a couple different things, that maybe an amendment that says during the active management of the COVID-19 or the pandemic, that these won't be required unless they can get grant money, or that these do not pertain to temporary permits during the COVID-19 management or something like that. Would the sponsor be open to a friendly amendment along those lines?
Councilor Harris, just to clarify, I think that would be a substantive amendment, so I think it would have to be an amendment to the amendment. But let's hear from Councilor Benton and come back if you want to propose that. Councilor Benton.
Well, I'm not opposed to that. I think it clarifies. I think we could put on the record that that's our intent, and that this would not create any additional hurdle to a temporary installation, but that if it became permanent, it would. But Councilor Harris, I would just say that kind of language, we put it in an integrated development ordinance, a zoning ordinance, that is then it's going to be there, and we're all hopeful that this pandemic will end, hopefully next year, early next year at the latest. But so I think the resolution that that permitted these things and allowed funding for it actually already does kind of take care of that it's allowed. So again, this would only be this would only go into effect, and I'm pretty sure I'm right about this, that if you had to pull a building permit, then it goes to the front desk of the planning department, and at that point somebody would say, you're pouring concrete, you're not just converting a temporary area of some kind. That then at that time you'd be required to comply with this, and I think the intent really is that. I appreciate your concern, Councilor Harris, but I think the intent is certainly not to prevent these temporary installations to help people. And in fact, I sponsored one myself where we can close a street in Old Town. It's already been done now, and operating a small street to allow these things to happen. But for a permanent provision of the zoning code, I personally don't feel like that's appropriate language for.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. And before we go back to Councilor Harris, I want to acknowledge Ms. Morris, who wants to make a clarification on the question on the floor. Ms. Morris.
Mr. President, councilors, yes, I just wanted to clarify that the two bills that Councilor Borrego sponsored and Councilor Gibson sponsored earlier this year actually already make those changes that Councilor Harris is talking about. So for the duration of COVID, there is flexibility built into the IDO for outdoor dining and outdoor retail areas to be accommodated anywhere on the site. And that waives any of those issues. I also just wanted to add a clarification about the scope of this amendment. As Councilor Benton mentioned, it's in UCSPT areas, but it also only applies when the dining area is located between the sidewalk and a parking area. So if you are developing an outdoor dining area like Kelly's, it wouldn't apply because the building wraps the dining area. if you have a dining area that runs parallel with the building and goes all the way to the end of the lot, for example, it also wouldn't apply because it's not located between the sidewalk and the parking area. So it's quite limited in scope in terms of the particular situation. So that was all I had to add. I'll put me and my noisy co-worker on mute again.
He's perfectly fine. Councilor Harris, I want to go back to you because you had the floor, and he says no, never mind. So I think he's not offering that amendment. Councilor Borrego, and then back to Councilor Benton to close.
Thank you, Counselor. So one of the concerns, I think this is a great idea, and I kind of agree that during COVID, it's probably not a great idea. I think it's something that maybe we should revisit. One of the concerns that I have, Counselor Benton, with this is that we don't, every instance is going to be a different situation in terms of square footage that is allowable for this kind of development. And this particular amendment doesn't address the total square footage coverage. And it seems to me like we might want to consider a minimum standard because not every development is going to have enough space for those trees and for those that 3-foot wall. So I think that this needs a little bit more sort of thought. So I don't know, you might want to think about that, but I think that for those reasons, I probably will not be supporting this.
Thank you, ma'am. Seeing no other discussion, back to Councilor Benton to close.
Yeah, just really quickly, appreciate the comments from Councilor Harris and Councilor Borrego. So the parameters here really aren't about square footage so much as frontage. So the original provision that was amended in committee was about frontage, not square footage. So let's say, take a quick example, right? Let's say you have 100 feet of street frontage, regardless of your square footage. The underlying language that already exists in the IDO said, prior to the previous amendment, that at least 50% of that, of 50 feet of that 100 feet would have to be building frontage. So this is substituting 25 of that 50 for a patio, all right? And all I'm saying is, if you don't have a building back behind it or some kind of backdrop behind it that's separate from the parking lot, this is really only a parking screening, which we have a history in the city of screening parking from other uses where it's, it's not saying it's an awful thing. It's something we have to have on any given site. A small site may preclude even the addition, much less the patio, if you need it all for parking. But the point is really just to screen the parking area. I originally was thinking I would like to amend out the language that Councilor Sin has sponsored. And in fact, my understanding is that the gentleman for whom Councilor Sanchez brought this forward actually has gone ahead and applied and has a building permit in process. So he figured out some way to deal with the old language. But yeah, I like patio dining on the street. Everybody likes it, especially on a main street in an urban center. So I think it's all fine. But the intent of the 50% was to not have little pieces of buildings along the frontage with 75% of the rest of the frontage not being building. And then you've got the next one. And so it's an odd kind of urban frontage that may result from it. But I'm willing to let that go. But I do think we really need to screen parking from active uses. I urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. And Madam Clerk, will you call the roll on amendment number 5?
Yes. Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego. Counselor Borrego.
No.
Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena, Counselor Pena. I'll come back. Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis,
Yes.
Counselor Pena.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. That passes on an 8-1 vote.
Thank you. Councilors, next up is item C6, which we will call floor amendment number 6. But before we acknowledge Councilor Bassan to present it, let me just talk about process here just a second, just since it's a little hard to do on Zoom. Councilor Borrego has mentioned that she would like to introduce some additional language relating to this topic. And so I just want to go to Councilor Borrego for just a minute to be sure we're going to talk about the same, so we have it ready for you. Councilor Borrego, I believe that page 12 of your packet relates to item C6 on notifications. Is that right?
I'm looking for the page number here, Counselor. I can read it into the record if you'd like.
We have an ability to show it, but yours relates to notifications and post-submittal of facilitated meetings, as does the amendment that was already in the packet from Councilor Bassan. And since those two pieces of legislation or those two languages would, in other words, your amendment would delay hers, which are not compatible, I think the way we're going to do this is to go ahead and introduce the packet in floor amendment number 6, C6. We'll share yours on the screen so that we can discuss it. But councilors would, in order to do yours, would have to vote no on floor amendment number 6, and then we'll go out of order and allow you to introduce yours if that fails, because we can't pass a bill and delay it in the same motion. Does that make sense? And is that okay?
What should I do if my bagels burn?
So we'll take Councilor Bassan to introduce item C6 as floor amendment number 6. And then we'll ask Mr. Moya or Ms. Morris to share Councilor Borrego's language as well, so that we can talk about both of them together. We just have to make a choice. We can't do both. So Councilor Bassan, if you want to introduce C6, we'll start with you and put that on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I wanted to ask, prior to starting, I'm going to definitely get some expertise in the explanations, but in order to read it into the record, this is a 5-action amendment here. So I don't know how you want me to go about it the best way.
Councilor, we're sharing that on the screen actually, so I don't think you have to read the whole thing word for word, but if you would just introduce item C6 in the packet as floor amendment number 6, and it's shared on the screen, and then we'll get some experts to talk us through those provisions.
I'm so grateful that you didn't make me go through all of that. Thank you. So I would like to introduce C6, Amendment C6, which is the notification and post-submittal facilitating meeting procedures amendment. And I'm going to hand it over.
Great. We need a second really quickly. I'm looking for hands. Councilor Gibson, Madam Vice President, thank you. So because we're going to do both of these, we're going to let staff, Ms. Morris or Ms. Schultz, would you do is briefly walk us through those 5 pieces? Then we're going to let Councilor Borrego just speak about why her option would delay this. Then we'll come back on the motion to have discussion. That way we get both ideas up at the same time. Ms. Schultz or Ms. Morris, could you explain those 5 provisions for us?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. President and Councilor Bassan. So this amendment proposes to take 5 different actions. Those are before you on the bullet points that you see on your screen. They are related to public notice. So that's the mailed notice that folks receive when development is to occur around their property or within their neighborhood association boundary. And then it also proposes some new provisions for the post-submittal facilitated meeting. So that's the facilitated meeting that someone can ask for after an application has been made to the city. So the first bullet point there simply requires the planning department to create templates for notification. I know that many councilors, and certainly Petra and I have heard from constituents over the last year, that sometimes the notice they get is so inconsistent in the level of information that is provided. So by simply requiring a template be required to fill out, applicants should be providing the same notice to everyone, and that should be really helpful to the constituency that we've heard from. The next 4 items are all in relation to post-submittal facilitated meetings. This amendment overall proposes to change how post-submittal facilitated meetings work.
in the IDO. In the IDO today, you can request a post-submittal facilitated meeting. Gosh, that is a mouthful. But the planning director really has discretion over whether that facilitated meeting is granted or not. So this amendment proposes to amend that a little bit to say that that discretion no longer lives with the planning director. If you are instead, I'm speaking specifically about bullet point 2, if you are a property owner within 330 feet or a neighborhood association within 660 feet of a property seeking development, then you just get a post-submittal facilitated meeting. This is a little more aligned with how our system worked prior to the IDO. There wasn't necessarily a gatekeeper. And so this will allow those post-submittal facilitated meetings to happen. The third bullet point, that's going to be action 3 in the amendments, does not allow an applicant to opt out of a requested post-submittal facilitated meeting specifically for administrative decisions. In the original amendment, there was an allowance that if an applicant didn't agree that a post-submittal facilitated meeting should happen, they had the authority to say, no, I'm not going to hold one. That is no longer in the amendment. The next 2 items are also related in that post-submittal facilitated meetings will not be granted for policy decisions. Policy decisions are the big decisions of the city that go through multiple hearing bodies, the EPC, the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee, and then on to full council. And because there is so much more public interaction for those decisions, it did not seem necessary that post-submittal facilitated meetings also be allowed because of all of the opportunities where the public will be able to interact with the decision makers and the applicants on those decisions. With the one exception of a policy decision that does not fall under that purview, which is a zone map amendment EPC. A zone map amendment EPC is technically under the umbrella of a policy decision, but it is the one policy decision where the EPC is the final decision maker. And that doesn't follow the train of logic with the other policy decisions where they have much more public review under multiple bodies because they are the one and only final decision maker. So this amendment makes clear that you can still seek a post-application facilitated meeting for those particular decisions. Overall, this amendment tries to tighten up the notice that the IDO requires and really refines the facilitated meeting process in the IDO. With that, I'll stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And so, Councilor Borrego, I believe you have an amendment that would delay or defer this in some way or push this off to next year. And so we're going to put that up on screen and be sure we have the right one and then let you talk about that. And then we'll go back to discussion amongst councilors because the first motion would be whether to approve Councilor Bassan's. And then if that fails, we would go to yours. And so, Mr. Moya, when you have a chance, there we go. Councilor Borrego, would you look and see, is this the correct amendment? I believe it's number 12
Yes.
for those following along.
Yes, it
Councilor
is.
Borrego, go ahead.
So my amendment is actually based on information that I received from neighborhood coalitions. And basically what this does is it asks that we delay this until our annual review. And part of the thinking regarding this is that we also have a neighborhood ordinance that's being reviewed currently, and that we should actually tie this to how that review is coming along, which we haven't had an update on that recently, but this basically asks that we put this on hold because of the complexity, and then we vet it a little further and then bring it back. So I'll move that amendment.
Thank you, Councilor Borrego. Actually, I don't think we can move that amendment because the two amendments would not be able to work, or the two motions would not be able to work together. So what we're going to do is ask councilors to discuss Councilor Bassan's amendment.
Councilor Davis, just a point of order. I think that I can move my amendments, and I think that because it could, it could actually be an amendment to Councilor Bassan's amendment.
So I'm going to defer to our clerk, who I think is telling me that the incompatible amendments are not going to be allowed because it would work crossways with each other. Shanna, would you, Shanna, I know you did some analysis on this really quickly to try to look at it, but we can't pass legislation that has two conflicting action items. So Ms. Schultz.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. The conflict with this amendment is it proposes to insert text into the integrated development ordinance, our regulatory document for how development happens in the city, that talks about delaying an administrative action. And that if the interest of the sponsor is to just not move forward with the changes as they've been proposed, I think the clearest way to do that would be to vote no on C6 and have that amendment not go forward in total. The way that this is drafted here, it essentially puts the no vote into the IDO. So an applicant would physically see the text due to the complexity of the IDO, C6 notification, et cetera, in the integrated development ordinance. And that may be confusing to applicants and planning staff trying to enforce the document.
Actually, that wasn't the intent. The intent was just to delay this amendment. So how would we change this amendment?
So Councilor Borrego, there's no way to delay. You could defer this amendment, but if the bill itself passes tonight, it would just die. So the straight answer would be just to vote no on amendment number 6. And if you have sufficient votes to defeat the amendment, then the amendment would not be in place and someone could bring a new version back in next
What I'm
year's
saying, Councilor Davis, is that the intent was to delay this amendment until the annual review, which is next month, to give people a little bit more time to deal with the notification process. And so I think that this could be easily changed, maybe delete the red line reference and just recommend that it be delayed.
Councilor, if you'd like, we can have Mr. Melendrez provide you with a different way of talking about it. But essentially, you can delay this amendment, but the intent of the council tonight, if the council passes the IDO item that is on the floor, 2010, there is nothing to delay it to. The appropriate place to bring this back up through the annual update would be as a new proposal in the annual update if it fails to pass amendment number 6. But I see Mr. Melendrez here. I know he understands what you're trying to do. I think the easy answer is we have to vote no on the amendment 6, and then you could bring it back as a new idea next year's update. But Mr. Melendrez, is that?
Mr. President, Councilor Borrego, yeah, I think I do recognize, I think I understand what you're attempting here, and I do recognize that you are attempting to essentially kind of table this question for now and resurrect it perhaps with the next annual update. And that makes complete conceptual sense. As a practical matter, the way that I think that plays out here in this instance is, I think has been stated by Ms. Schultz and kind of echoed by President Davis, which is that the motion is on the floor for approval of this amendment. And so a motion up or down on that amendment is the most appropriate path forward at this point, because a motion to deny, or I guess a vote to deny the amendment, would give you the opportunity to resurrect this next time during the next annual update. And the way that the IDO works as a regulatory document, the sort of setting a footnote for future intentions is probably not appropriate. That doesn't exist anywhere else in the IDO. That's just something we would note as council staff together with you and your individual staff to resurrect for you next time so that you could bring that forward again. With respect to the amendment that is on the floor right now, our council rules do indicate that bills and presumably through extrapolation of that, amendments can't be so amended to change their purpose. And so that basically means that you have to vote up or down on the amendment, and amendments that would essentially undo what is on the floor will be solved through that up or down vote rather than through a secondary amendment to that. So that's a little bit, I know, a mouthful to say, and it is a little bit esoteric to council procedure, but hopefully that makes sense in some way that's digestible.
Okay, So let's go ahead and vote on Councilor Bassan's amendment, and then if I need to pull the other amendment, we will.
That's great, Counselor. Thank you so much. Counselors, discussion on item C6, which is floor amendment number 6. And I see Counselor Bassan, but before I do, I want to go to Counselor Senna, because if that's the only question, we'll let you respond there and close, Counselor Bassan. Counselor Senna.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Is it possible to pull up the presentation on this specific?
Just a second, Mr. Moore is doing it. Thanks. This?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. I do appreciate that it is bringing a little bit more consistency, especially in requesting facilitated meetings and giving that to more of our neighborhoods and giving deference to them as if they would like to request it, if they fall within the proximity. So I will be supporting this because I think it needs to have more of that template, as was stated, and more stability, and allows a lot of our neighborhoods to participate. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And let me recognize myself, and then we'll go to Councilor Bassan to respond and to close if necessary. But let me say thank you. I do agree. And I appreciate Ms. Morris and Ms. Schultz and the planning department working with us. The notification issue has been one that's been challenging. I visited early on last year with some residents, for example, in the Victory Hills Neighborhood Association, to look at some of the notifications they'd received. And they, as Ms. Morris, I believe, said earlier, they do really vary. And sometimes it varies because of the expertise of the applicant. Sometimes it varies because of the expertise or lack thereof in experience of the neighborhood association. Look, these are complicated technical issues that I, after 5 years on the council, still have a hard time following sometimes when we get into these, this refers to that, and getting down to some of these technical matters. And they're incredibly important. And so, you know, we're asking volunteer neighborhood leaders to interpret some really complicated things. And I think a standard template on how to do that, along with some training that would help ensures that neighborhoods don't miss something that's really important because it's super technical. Also, it just makes it simpler for everybody to speak the same language. And so I appreciate everyone, including the planning department, for working on this. And I appreciate Councilor Councilor Bassan for working through some of those challenges to get this right. So Councilor Bassan, the floor is yours to respond and close.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I want to start by saying thank you to Ms. Schultz for explaining all of this, because we would have been here a lot longer if it were left up to me to do so, because she can say it so accurate and concise, but still very in its totality. So I just want to make sure to clarify too that I am thankful to Councilor Senna and Councilor Davis for what you're saying, and that's the intent of this, is to create more transparency and more consistency along the lines. And I think that that's something that's making a lot of the public uneasy right now, is having these questions come up that can perhaps be ironed out through templates and being able to have a voice a little bit more often, and not just getting a decline. So I urge your support with this. And I really think that we can also revisit in another month or two when the next round of IDO amendments and evaluations can begin. But I think this is getting us started on the right track, and I don't see a reason to continue to delay forward progress that is going to be beneficial to the community. I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Ortega, would you call the vote on floor amendment number 6?
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
That's 9-0 on amendment number 6.
Thank you. And as promised, Councilor Borrego, I know you voted yes on that amendment, but I want to be sure
So
if you
I
have
will withdraw my amendment unless there's a way to not incorporate this into the IDO, and I mean to change the language that allows us to revisit this under the annual review.
Certainly, Mr. Melendrez, if you want to opine there, I don't believe there would be, although we could revisit this later with Councilor Borrego if she wanted to propose some new language before we get to that, her packet. Mr. Melendrez?
Or I could just withdraw it, Counselor, and then just bring it up again in the annual review.
Sure. At this point, it's not a motion on the floor. If you'd like to make the motion,
Well, I did make a motion and I'm withdrawing that motion.
Okay.
So we'll just let it, I'll wait until our annual review.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, we have item C7, which is back to Councilor Benton from that gentleman from downtown.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the inception of this was actually from the North University area, not downtown, but that's part of the district as well. Originally, 12 years ago, well, let me go ahead and move. This would be floor amendment number 7, I believe.
Second.
And this has to do with barbed wire. About 8 years ago, I sponsored an amendment to the zoning code that addressed barbed wire. And the inception, that came up because some specific cases, but one of them was somebody who decided to put barbed wire protecting or on the top of the wall of their residential property facing a public open space. And that's kind of started the discussion and we came up with that original bill a few years ago. So this is trying to get this was excluded, and I think actually this was amended, the language was amended out, but I'll let the staff kind of explain what this would do. It doesn't completely go back to the old bill, but it does discourage the use of barbed wire in some instances.
Thank you, Ms. Petra. Ms. Morris.
Mr. Chair, councillors, thank you. Sorry, Mr. President, sorry. Sorry, my screen just vanished and it's making me flustered. Sorry. So this amendment just revises the original amendment that passed at LUPS to separate out the sunset as it applies to the mixed use zone districts and not to apply to the residential zone districts. It doesn't make any other changes to the amendment that passed at LUPS. So the provisions about non-residential zones still stands. The sunset still applies to mixed use zone districts. Yes. And the definitions on critical infrastructure still remain. It just takes out the sunset for residential zone districts to ensure that the prohibitions from 2012 remain in place. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Seeing none, back to the sponsor to close.
Urge your support, councilors.
Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
No.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
Passes on an 8-1 vote. Amendment number 7.
Thank you. Councilors, next up, we'll hit amendment number 8 for C8. But before we do, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We've been here about 2.5 hours. We've gotten through a good chunk of our packet, and the chair needs a break, as do a few other folks who've texted me and asked for one. So let's take 10 minutes. We'll be back here at about 5:35 or so and try to finish these, and then we'll move on to Councilor. We'll have Councilor Gibson's new amendment and Councilor Borrego's packet. So we'll see you in 10 minutes. All right, welcome back to part 2 of our special meeting for the City Council. We are, if you're following along at home, we're at item C8 in our packet, and the floor would belong to Councilor Jones. And if she's presenting it, it will be floor amendment number 8.
Thank you, Mr. President. We worked hard on these. I think Shannon probably is prepared to speak to each one if councilors would approve or request. But this is definitely clarifies a lot of the processes and
Councilor Jones, your computer cut you off. Would you unmute yourself again and come
did
back?
my computer just take me back? Good. So it's just some clarifications, and if Ms. Schultz would like to present, if the councilors would like her to, I'm sure she could tell us the details, or as could Ms. Morris.
Mr. President, Councilor Jones, yes, I can run you through this amendment. So this amendment contains 3 actions that we're calling technical edits. These are minor fixes and clarifications in the document that have come up since the adoption of the tech edit spreadsheet at the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee. So the first item relates to constructed walls encroaching in water lines. We've had some conversations with the Water Utility Authority since that tech edit spreadsheet at LUPS was passed, and they were amenable and interested in some language changes related to how walls exist in water easements, and so that's the reason for change number 1. Change number 2 relates to small areas. The amendments in the red line document and the amendments passed at LUPS talk about how you amend a small mapped area in the IDO. Those are our CPOs, our VPOs, HPOs, etc. There was a definition that was left out of that process when we created it. And so this action item number 2 in this amendment simply creates that definition of a small area. And lastly, the final action of this amendment clarifies during an appeal hearing what happens if the council votes and no motion passes. This is particularly relevant when ties happen, and the IDO was unclear in the event of a tie vote what happens with that appeal. So this provides clarification so that there is clear direction in the instance that that happens. And that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Jones, if you have anything further.
No, sir. Just ready to close if there aren't any questions.
Going once, going twice, seeing none. Councilor Jones to close.
Thank you all, and I urge your support.
Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
Yes.
Councilor Benton.
Yes.
Councilor Borrego. Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Gibson.
Yes.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
Yes.
Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Councilor Senna.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
Yes.
9-0 on amendment number 8.
Thank you. Next up is item C9, which is Councilor Benton. And Councilor, if you present it, it'll be floor amendment number 9. C9.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll move floor amendment number 9. And if there's a second, then we could just go ahead and turn this over to staff.
Second. Ms. Schultz or Ms. Morris?
Mr. President, councillors, thank you. Yes, so this amendment returns a reduction in proximity to transit station or stop. The previous zone code had a reduction of 10% for any property within 300 feet of any transit stop or station anywhere in the city. This amendment follows in that format in that it's a 10% reduction within 330 feet, as that's the standard measurements used in the IDO. And it's a peak frequency of 45 minutes or better. This it's limited to 45 minutes or better in order to address areas where people are more likely to actually use transit and maybe have transit as a reason to reduce the number of vehicles. At a peak frequency of 45 minutes or better, people are maybe going to use transit for their work or other daily matters. And so that's why this is at 45 minutes of bedtime.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Benton, seeing no other discussion, back to you to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge your support, councilors.
Ms. Ortega.
Councillor Bassan,
Yes.
Councillor Benton,
Yes.
Councillor Borrego,
Yes.
Councillor Gibson,
Yes.
Councillor Harris,
Yes.
Councillor Jones,
Yes.
Councillor Pena,
Yes.
Councillor Senna,
Yes.
Councillor Davis,
Yes.
9-0 on amendment number 9.
Thank you, councilors. Next up, we are on item C10, and that would be Councilor Pena, and that would be floor amendment number 10. Councilor Pena.
So, Mr. President, can you read that into the record? I'm shuffling so many papers I can't.
It's a long amendment, Councilor, but we're going to share on the screen here the purpose, and I'll read what I can here. For Councilor Pena, floor amendment 10 would add 2 new purposes to the IDO. One which says, quote, protect communities that have been historically underserved, and a second would be to promote small-scale neighborhood serving economic development opportunities. And we have several seconds. I'm going to see Councilor Borrego first, and on to Councilor Pena to explain the bill, and then I have a question if no other councilor does. I think Councilor Borrego maybe has a question as well.
You know, I'm actually, can I defer to Shanna perhaps to explain this? I guess the dog ate it. So.
Of course. Ms. Schultz.
Yeah.
Can you
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, happy to talk about this one. So this adds 2 new purpose statements to the purpose section of the IDO. This is one of the first things you encounter when you open the IDO, this section, and it kind of sets the stage for the rest of the document and sets the overarching goals and purpose of why we have an IDO and what we hope to accomplish with an IDO. And so these 2 additional clauses seek to specifically address communities that have been historically underserved and small-scale neighborhood-serving economic development opportunities. So that latter one is intended to kind of think about our mom and pop shops around town, and is the IDO serving them, and how does it continue to serve them in a way that really promotes their success?
Thank you. Let me ask a quick question. I'll just recognize myself very quickly, Ms. Schultz, if you can just clarify for me, and then we'll go to Councilor Bassan. I see the intent here, and I think it's excellent. I think it's a good addition to the IDO. But Ms. Schultz, I just want to be sure, is the concept of protecting communities adequately defined elsewhere in the IDO? And similarly, small-scale neighborhood-serving economic development opportunities, is that adequately defined? And in other words, is it defined well enough that someone could rely on it like the EPC or like a planning official to decide if an application is appropriate? If it's not, I'd like to suggest that maybe in the next update, we dig into those details a little more, but perhaps they're well defined already and I missed it.
Sure, Mr. President, I understand the question. While not explicitly defined in, say, the definition section of the IDO, when we create a provision in the IDO, such as the neighborhood edge protection, that's a protection that's designated to protect a community. And so as we go through the IDO and see protections like that, such as CPOs, the neighborhood edge provisions, the lighting regulations, which ensure that you're not shining bright lights into your neighbor's yard, those are all very practical ways that we see the IDO implementing that protection of sorts.
I appreciate that. Thank you for explaining that. That's why smart people go to school to learn these things and can explain it to me in plain English. Thank you. Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an amendment that was supposed to get sent over, and somehow I don't know if it got lost in the mix or not, but I don't see it in the iPads. I find that I hate to say it's minimal in language, but at the same time could make an impact.
Councilor Bassan, if you have it handy, could you just read it in for us just to be sure we don't miss it?
Yes, I will. Thank you. So this amendment is going to be, I would like to move this amendment to amend page 1, section 1-3 of the IDO as follows. And if you go down to 1-3M, it's protect, insert all communities, and then insert especially those that have been historically underserved. so that it would read, protect all communities, especially those that have been historically underserved. And the explanation is that it proposes to revise this amendment in the packet to add all communities in addition to those who are historically underserved. Once we, either if it did get mixed up or whatever, that if it's in the blue of what we're going to be getting over. But I think that it's just important to recognize, and I see the intent here, is that we want to make sure to not leave off any of the historically underserved communities, but just kind of making sure to clarify that we're not neglecting to say that all communities need to be represented as well. So trying to find that balance once again.
Thank you, ma'am. And I see Counselor Jones seconding. And so just to be clear, I'm going to work with the clerk while we're sitting here to be sure we get it right. The new item M would read, protect all communities, comma, especially those that have been historically underserved. Is that right, Counselor Bassan?
That is correct, Mr. President. And I just, if I may, it's the addition of these sections.
I'm sorry, Counselor Bassan, just a second. I just want to be sure the clerk got it right so that we can get it in the record when we have to redo this later. Okay, thanks. I'm sorry. We're good now on our side. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It was the addition of these sections reinforces the existing idea in the IDO that such as neighborhood edges, distance separation, and requirements for particular uses, for example. As future IDO annual updates are contemplated, these new additions can be used to consider how the IDO can further help protect and promote the vulnerable communities in the city.
Thank you. And I think we mentioned that I saw a second from Counselor Jones. And so Counselor Borrego on the proposed amendment to floor amendment number 10.
Well, I'm going to go back to my previous amendment. Wouldn't that language go into the IDO similar to what I was trying to do with the last amendment? And it's not really appropriate for Counselor Bassan's amendment?
Counselor Bassan's amendment just adds a different word that would expand the definition of communities to include all communities. As we look at your amendment,
it's hard to know what. Could she repeat it, please?
Yeah.
Sure, Counselor Bassan, or we can have the clerk do it, whoever would like.
I don't mind doing it if Counselor Borrego's doing that. I'm going to read it as it currently is written, and then I'm going to read it as I am proposing it to be written. So it currently is written to say, protect communities that have been historically underserved. And I'm asking for this amendment to say, protect all communities, especially those that have been historically underserved.
Okay.
Counselor Borrego.
That's better. Thank you.
Great. And so, Counselors, any other discussion on the Bassan amendment to floor amendment number 10? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
No.
Counselor Borrego.
Well, can I get a clarification before my vote from Counselor Pena to see if she supports that?
That would be out of order, Counselor Borrego. We just have to vote in the order. I think Counselor Pena had pointed out in a previous meeting that we have to follow Robert's rules here. And so the floor is yours for the vote.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena. Counselor Pena.
No.
Counselor Sena.
No.
Counselor Davis.
I'll vote yes, but Counselor Borrego, I would like to recognize you if you'd like to revise your vote. I know that's a little out of order, but I'll give you that opportunity.
Well, I appreciate that, Counselor Davis. I would.
And so how do you vote, ma'am?
No.
Madam Clerk?
Amendment number 1 to amendment 10 passes on a 5-4 vote.
Thank you. Counselor Bassan's amendment passes. We are back on Counselor Pena's amendment number 10 as amended. Counselors, other discussion before we go to the sponsor to close. Going once, going twice. Counselor Pena.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just urge your support. I think it's just important. I understand Councillor Bassan's amendment, but really, I think the reason that it's necessary to put this kind of language in it is because we really historically, kind of as Councillor Benton was talking about earlier, how we've done zoning and planning in our communities has sometimes unfortunately overlooked communities in need or of color, and so for that reason I appreciate it, but I didn't support that. But I urge your support on this. I think it's important. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
Yes.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Amendment 10 passes as amended.
Thank you. Councilors, that's the end of our packet. Before we go to Councilor Borrego's packet, Councilor Gibson raised a question earlier. And so I think staff has been working to make that a standalone amendment, so it was just more clear for process wise. And so Councilor Gibson, we'll let you introduce that. And by the magic of technology, someone is sharing this for you that we can all see.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think that's Ms. Schultz who's helping us out. So thanks for putting that up for us all to take a look at. So I can read it, but I think we all can read it. Basically, it just changes the 4 lines, and the outcome, should this pass, is that the action that was taken at LUPS on this technical edit amendment would be reversed only for one thing, and that is for the prohibition of variances on conditional use. And you know what? I should have let Shauna do this. Shanna, you can do
So let me get some process out of the way, Councilor Gibson. I think I just saw Councilor Benton seconding, and I assume that's what it is. If he's wrong, then he'll yell at me.
I'm moving the amendment, Mr. President.
Thanks. And this will be for floor amendment number 11, seconded by Councilor Benton. Thank you. And yeah, so Councilor Gibson, you're going to yield the floor to Ms. Schultz, I believe, who can explain this a little bit.
Yes, Mr. President, Councilor Gibson, just to recap the discussion that we had a little bit earlier, if this amendment were to go through, a property owner who has an approved conditional use will continue to be able to request a variance for whatever they might need a variance for on that property. What the Land Use Planning and Zoning Committee approved was the prohibition of that, to say that if you had a conditional use, you were not eligible to seek a variance. So this would kind of untie that and bring the system back to how it operates today.
Thank you, Mr. President, if I may. Thank you, Ms. Schultz. That's really helpful. I just wanted to add a couple of things. This was, as we may recall, the councilors who do serve on the LUPS committee, this was a part of a spreadsheet of several edits. And so it was kind of buried in there. I'm sorry that I didn't bring this up during LUPS. But the other thing that I wanted to mention is that when this was before the EPC, I believe, there was a difference of opinion on this from the EPC members and staff on how to go forward on this. EPC did not agree with staff who thought that it would be a good idea to have that amendment. In other words, staff wanted the prohibition of the variance, and EPC did not see it that way. So if this passes, this will be an agreement with the members of EPC. Anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Ben.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to, I did second this certainly for purpose of discussion, because I think it's a pretty important topic, and that it does certainly merit the full council discussing it. I wanted to hear a little bit more, perhaps from staff, as to the arguments for and against this and how this came about. I understand what it does. I think everybody understands what it does. This is a question of whether or not on the same property you could have both a conditional use and a variance, if that's correct. But I'd just like to hear from staff a little bit more about that, what that means administratively at the planning department, what the advantages and possible disadvantages might be for both the city and a proponent.
I'm just going to throw that out there to the generic all-purpose staff. Is that Ms. Schultz or Ms. Morris?
Mr. President, Councilor Benton, if Mr. Melendrez is still on the line, I would defer this question to him.
Thank you, Mr. President and Shannon and Councilor Benton. So it is a little bit, I guess, esoteric in a way to talk about this in the way that it could affect different properties. And so if I understand your question correctly, are you asking about whether or not this prohibition would apply to a single property and a single project?
Yes, that was my understanding, that this had to do with just any given a project, right? That's moving forward. That these both the variance and the conditional use could be applied for concurrently, or let's say a conditional use had been granted. You could come in later and apply for a variance on the same property with that underlying conditional use. Is that correct?
So as proposed and as in now after LUPS.
Yeah, I understand that was changed.
It would prohibit a variance, period. It wouldn't matter about the timing as it's currently drafted. And the rationale for that, and again, this being a policy decision for this body specifically, the rationale for that is just trying to take a read at what the IDO criteria is for a conditional use. And again, kind of peeling beneath the surface of the requirement that it meet all requirements of the IDO. And by its nature, a variance means you're not going to meet those requirements. And so if the policy for a conditional use is that these types of special uses are justified only when you can meet what the council has said as the general policy for the law of the land, then this, as it exists today, it accomplishes that. If this body believes the policy should be that a conditional use can still be justified without meeting the general provisions of the IDO, then amending it back would serve that purpose.
So Mr. Chair, Mr. Melendrez, in a sense, try to see what the problem is. It's the original action of prohibiting a variance was trying to solve. But basically, it sounds like the action that was taken at LUPS was to say no. Once you've gone for a conditional use and a conditional use exists on the property, you've made a commitment that you can comply with the rest of the zoning code, and that you don't get another bite at the apple by coming back after you've justified your conditional use as being non-harming and et cetera, and then start to amend or start to ask for variances on the rest of the zoning code.
Mr. President, that's correct. And so the way that you laid it out linearly is the CUP comes first and then the variance. And so that's correct. But even alternatively, there may be some existing ambiguity in the IDO as to what that provision means when it happens in the opposite sequence. So somebody comes in and gets a variance for a building that they can no longer meet the setback for, and they've justified it based on hardship. And then, 6 months later, somebody comes in for a conditional use permit. Now the ZHE is potentially in a position of ambiguity as to whether or not that variance means that they are no longer meeting the requirements of the IDO. Procedurally, they met the requirements of the IDO in the way that they went through the variance process, but the outcome is necessarily an outcome that is outside of the four corners of the IDO. So it's part, reading into what the test for the conditional use permit appears to have intended with respect to compliance with the IDO for these types of special conditional uses, and also trying to clear up some potential ambiguity as to how to interpret that language in the event that a property with a variance that has previously been approved comes in for a conditional use.
So just to follow through with the logic, and I'd like to hear from the sponsor of the amendment as well. I don't know if I can follow through. I'm having a hard time with this one. To me, this it's looking at some. I don't know if there have been some existing cases where this has become a problem, but I'm not sure if this is ready for prime time, in my opinion, but I'll ask the sponsor to provide more of her own justifications.
So Councilor Gibson, briefly, if you want to respond there, and then we have Councilor Senna and Councilor Borrego, and then maybe myself, and we'll go back to the Councilor Gibson at the end as well. But Councilor Gibson, if you want to respond to that question for the sponsor.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Mr. President. Councilor Benton. I have heard, and I think it's probably in everybody's inbox right now, from a few different sources, where evidently this has been a consideration, an issue, where with conditional use allowed, that there were still some, and sometimes I'm told they can be really pretty minor things that they've needed variances for. So it's telling me then that sometimes getting the conditional use just is not, quite sufficient for some projects in some developers. So that's why I'm doing this. And the thing is too that I don't think we really got a good look at it at LUPS. I mean, I will plead guilty on this, that because it was in a spreadsheet, it just kind of escaped me. I think that's just the way things are sometimes when we go through several amendments like we're doing for the IDO. So I don't know if I'm answering your question or not, but I wouldn't be, I wouldn't be offering this as an amendment if I really didn't think that it had been a problem that was that could be solved here.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, Councilor Gibson, I think I cut you off there, right? Okay, great. So next up, we have Councilor Senna, Councilor Borrego, and I may have a comment just to close, and then we'll take it back to the sponsor. Councilor Senna.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. Not being part of the LUPS committee, I really appreciated Mr. Melendres' in-depth kind of explanation. The first time around kind of almost went over my head, trying to follow very intently. But this time, giving more examples, being able to follow that a little bit more, I think I can kind of glean from what the conversation was at LUPS. So I think when Councilor Benton asked his question, I think Mr. Melendres kind of clarified mine, so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilor Borrego.
Yes, thank you. I agree with Councilor Gibson on this amendment. I remember properties that we dealt with in the inner city neighborhoods where the conditional use dealt with actually the use, maybe when somebody had like a home occupation or some type of actual use as part of their zoning, and they just needed you know, some kind of a conditional use that allowed them to expand that home occupation or something, the square footage. The variance, when I think about how variances were used in the past, they were really used more for the actual definition of like a wall height or a setback. So I think that there are a lot of instances in the city, across the city, where a developer might need a conditional use and a variance. And so having had that experience many times, I think she's on the right track.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to go, I'll pass my comment for a minute. We'll go back to Councilor Benton very briefly, then to Councilor Gibson to close.
Yes, just quickly, Mr. Chair, Mr. President, I think Councilor Borrego convinced me of, or reminded me of what I was going to say, which is that conditional use is about use. A variance typically is about dimensional standards and things of that sort. Her example was the height. Same example might apply to an unusual condition with a setback or something like that. So I think she helped convince me that this does make sense, and that we may have gone a little bit too far by saying you can't do that there not be instances where both would be applicable. So thank you.
Thanks. I was just going to say, like, I see the value of having that the toolbox, and at the end of the day, it's appealable. Both routes are appealable to us. And so if it's really a conflict or an issue that raises lots of concern, it'll be our fault for having to have that hearing if we pass this tonight. So, you know, in one way, it's not the end of the world, but I also just want to be careful. Like, we just have to be careful that as someone just reminded me, you know, that we just passed the MXM liquor conditional use piece, and you know, by doing variances or other routes to other provisions, like, there are still opportunities to sort of get around some of the intent of the IDO as well, is to create those appropriate distances and appropriate uses. So I think we just have to be careful creating too many variances and conditional options and loopholes essentially in the IDO. And so I think we should watch this one closely. It doesn't sound like there's anything, no one seems to have pointed to a particular case where somebody really needed it and couldn't. But if we start to see it to be abused, I think we ought to review it. And so, but I agree. Councilor Borrego also made a compelling argument, and I agree with Councilor Benton as she did so. So I'll be supporting it. Councilor Gibson to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just one last thought. Just because you request a variance does not mean you're automatically getting a variance. This just allows the person coming in to request, you know, describe what they need and make that request. So anyway, I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Bassan.
Yes.
Councillor Benton.
Yes.
Councillor Borrego.
Yes.
Councillor Gibson.
Yes.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Yes.
Councillor Pena.
Yes.
Councillor Senna.
No.
Councillor Davis.
Yes.
Amendment 11 passes on an 8-1 vote.
Thank you. Councilor Borrego, we are here to your packets.
Counselor, I'm going to amend my packet a little bit if I can, because I'm not going to move all of these after our discussion on the one that we just did, which was, I think, requirements in the NR zone. I think that was the one. And I talked to the attorney. Let me see which one it was. Hold on one second. Yeah, it was the, no, I don't remember which one it was. The notification procedures. So what I'm going to do is I'm only going to move 4 of my amendments. And at the end of the bill, I'd like to discuss the other 12, or not 12, I'm sorry, 8, I guess. So the ones that I'm going to move are, I'm trying to get my notes here. So give
Okay.
me 1 second.
Or if you have page numbers, well, that's okay too. That's easy for us to follow, whatever's easy.
Yeah, I'm going to move A5, construction contractor's yard.
That'll be page 2.
I don't have them by pages, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I am going to move A7, cottage development,
That'll be
and
page 3.
and I can discuss them individually, but I just want to make sure that I get them out there. I am going to move, let's see. Construction contractor's yard, cottage development, requirements in the NR zone, and major transit corridor. So those are the only 4 I'm going to move now.
Sure. Just a second, if you'll be okay, Ms. Councilor Borrego, let us pull those page numbers out so we can point to them and make them available for people to see. So give me just a second. So counselors, and for folks following along at home, and Councilor Borrego, if I'm wrong, I know you don't have them as page numbers, but you can see the page numbers displayed on the screen there that Mr. Moya is sharing, just so we can follow you. It's
You
going
want
to
me
be
to just to read the explanation on these?
just a second. If it's okay with you, just so the clerk can be sure we're all have the right paper when we do it. Your page number 2 relating to the construction yard use. Your numbers 3 and 4, pages 3 and 4 related to cottage development. There's 2 of those. Your number 5, page 5 relating to NR zones. And your page 13 is the transit corridor. Those are
And
the ones.
I'm only going to move one of the first one of the cottage development.
Okay,
Council.
great. Well, then the next floor amendment is number 12, and you can pick whichever one of those you'd like to go with, and we'll follow you.
Okay, so I guess I will start with construction contractor's yard. And this amendment striking A5 maintains that this become a conditional use in the NR zone, and this allows the change to permissive use.
And so that will be floor amendment number 12. Do we have a second? I think that's Councilor Gibson. So we'll take that as a second from Councilor Gibson. Councilor Borrego to introduce or explain the bill.
Yes, Councilor, this would just make it conditional throughout the city.
So, Mr. President.
Madam Vice President, for comment.
That wasn't really a second. What I'm trying to discern here, are these amendments that were part of the packet before, or these relatively new ones?
For point of clarification, Councilor Gibson, these were not part of the original C packet that was originally in packets. Councilor Borrego provided these amendments just before the meeting started today, just a couple of minutes before her analyst sent this to staff and to us. So I determined that it did meet the deadline to be available for review before the meeting started, but just barely.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, and the clerk asked me to clarify that she did upload them to the iPads as well, although I know some folks may not have had a chance to review them. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chair, or Mr. President, just a thought on this, and I'd feel more comfortable about voting on these after planning staff has had a chance to look at them and write up do a staff write-up or meet with us like we've been doing before and explain the amendments. And I'm sorry to Councilor Borrego. I don't mean any disrespect here.
I understand, Councilor. These in the last 2 days, I received information from the coalition, the West Side Coalition of Neighborhoods, And much of this information was included in their write-up. So we only had a day to actually review all of these. And that's why they're coming to you at the last minute. And I think that they're simple. You know, we vote them up or vote them down. I don't see any reason why we would need to have staff. 2 of them are requesting conditional uses. And one of them is excluding cores from a major transit corridor. And then the third one is regarding walls. So, you know, I don't really see any reason why we couldn't review. I mean, there's only 4 of them.
So, Madam Vice President, thank you, Councilor Borrego. Madam Vice President, you still have the floor. She was responding to you, and then we have Councilor Harris, Bassan, and Pena behind you. Go ahead, ma'am.
All right. I was just trying to make a point. I didn't get a chance to make my point. I don't mean any, any disrespect on this at all. It's just that it's not following the process that we've been using. And I understand Councilor Borrego has background in planning. I don't. You know, my background is totally different. So speaking for myself, and other counselors can have their own opinions, but speaking for myself, I would feel much better about having this go through a process like we've been doing. So that's all. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. And procedurally, thank you. Before I go to the other counselors, I'm going to take down that Councilors Harris, Bassan, and Pena want to speak here, but procedurally, I'm going to ask Mr. Moya to clear those folks really quickly because the motion on the floor is for floor amendment number 12, and Councilor Gibson clarified that she did not second it, and so we need a second to move forward. Is there any second on floor amendment number 12? Going once, going twice. Councilor Pena, I believe I see you as a second, so we'll take that. And so now we'll go back to the counselors in the order that we had them. That'll be Councilor Harris, Councilor Bassan, and Councilor Pena. But before we do that, Ms. Morris from staff wanted to weigh in before counselors do that, and we always try to let them do that. So very quickly, Ms. Morris.
Mr. President, councillors, I just wanted to offer that Shana and I are available to answer any questions about either the background or the amendments. Each of these are revisions to existing amendments, and so we are able to address those existing amendments. We may not be able to necessarily speak to the intent behind the amendment that's being proposed, but we can certainly speak to the original amendment, the background, and what the result of the proposed change might be.
Thank you, ma'am. So seeing that, we'll go to Councilor Harris, then Councilor Bassan, Councilor Pena, then Councilor Jones. Councilor Harris.
Yes, thank you. And again, I want to kind of quote Councilor Benton that this is an ongoing process. The fact that the coalition woke up on, this weekend or whatever, that's not a reason for us to skip the process. I think the second round of amendments are going to the EPC in December. As the coalition just got their act together this weekend, and that's where it goes. I'm against almost anything that is coming up at this minute that could be substantive, and changing a permissive use to a conditional use could violate someone's constitutional rights. So I think we should just punt all these until the next process, which is going to the EPC in a couple months.
Councilor Harris?
Councilor Borrego.
May I respond?
No, ma'am, he didn't ask a question. So we have to let other counselors respond. And if they want to ask a question, you can respond, and then you'll be able to close at the end.
Okay.
Councilor Bassan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to ask for clarification as well. The amendment that's on the screen is not anything in the iPad. So I have to admit that this is, I can't even see everything on the screen when we have the participant list up and all of the pictures. So if I don't feel comfortable voting on this when I'm having to look at it on the screen and it's not even in our iPads right now.
It is in your iPads, Councilor.
No, I do not.
Borrego.
I do not see the one that has numbers 3 and 4, revise exhibit 1 to incorporate the following revision. I do not see that in my iPad.
Thank you, Councilor Bassan. the clerk has uploaded them to the folder, and she can tell us where they are, but you're right, they were uploaded as the meeting began. Madam Clerk, if you want to point the counselors to that so they can follow along if they'd like, and then we'll move on to the other counselors for comment.
Sure, Mr. President. In the ordinances folder, it sorts by the alphabetic order. So it's the one on top. It says most current received, and it's in all caps. And it's a PDF that has 15 pages. And the current item that we're looking at is page 2 of that PDF.
That did clarify it. Thank you, Mr. President. I was looking in the previous packet.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah, I know. Next up, we have Councilor Pena, then Councilor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just kind of a little bit of point of order. I just want some clarification because I feel like, although Councilor Borrego, I would agree with some of the other councilors about the amendments, but there was an amendment by Councilor Gibson this evening that was submitted just this evening as well. And so I just want to know procedurally, seems as though there's question about her submitting them at the last minute, but the attorney, Mr. Melendez, can you actually clarify, can amendments be introduced at the meeting, and can amendments be made, not made up from the floor, but from the floor?
Mr. President, Councilor Pena, yes, as we're all familiar, amendments happen at any time, all the time. And the council rules require that amendments be in writing. Sometimes if it's an on-the-fly amendment, we'll quickly jot it out in order to meet that requirement. But nothing precludes somebody from proposing amendments at any time during a bill. I mean, that said, if we have, in the past, we've encountered instances where councilors have felt that they didn't have time to review, and that's been justification to not support an amendment. So I think the way that we deal with amendments generally is pretty open and somewhat liberal with respect to the way the council entertains amendments, and that's probably appropriate in order to make sure that the council is doing its best to consider all ideas. But as far as how those amendments are received by the councilors and what basis they choose to deny them on, whether they're timeliness or otherwise, that's also wide open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Melendez. I really appreciate the explanation. I just felt that Councilor Borrego didn't need to explain herself for submitting an amendment this evening, so I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Pena. Next up, Councilor Jones, then Councilor Senna.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just like to remind the councilors that I had an amendment to the IDO that caused this to happen with the construction yard use and revising red line page. That went through EPC in the entire process, and it was approved by the City Council. I am not sure the justification for changing this at this point, since it has been approved by the council and a part of the IDO at this point, going through the entire process. And I understand that we all have a right to do last minute introductions, but I would certainly urge all councilors to understand that this is a dangerous precedent when we come forward at such short notice on such a big process that we've been working on with this IDO. And I would think that there are any number of people who would like to have a voice when we reverse something that has been just recently approved to go in the IDO that went through the full process. I would think that, I know we have a concern that everyone has to have a voice, and this is leaving out many, many people who have no voice in what we're doing here. Although everyone who wanted to participate was able to speak and bring forth their opinion when this went into the IDO. So I cannot possibly support something like this and the process in which it's been submitted. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilor. Next up, we have Councilor Senna, then Councilor Gibson, then Councilor Benton, then back hopefully to the sponsor to close. Councilor Senna.
Thank you for that, Mr. President. I'm thinking of the whole process itself. I know that this has been a long process. Granted, I jumped kind of somewhat in the middle. I feel like almost at the end. But speaking to our communities, a lot of my amendments that I brought forward to the IDO was actually through community outreach that was first started by Councillor Sanchez, and then to myself, and bringing forward a few others that I felt were appropriate. So, you know, I think it can be risky in setting this precedent, but I think that we do have precedent where we have been able to introduce amendments. So I'm just going to bring it back to this amendment and speak and ask questions on the substance of this. I was wondering, you know, I think it's just brief, but would like to hear the perspective from either Shanna or Petra to talk about this a little bit more, what this would do for this amendment.
Mr. President, councillors, I can speak to that. So the original amendment A5 took construction contractor yard from conditional to permissive in the NRC zone. The NRC zone is mapped mostly on the east side of town and in industrial areas. However, in a few locations, particularly on the west side, the NRC zone is also in some commercial areas. Prior to the adoption of the IDO, the construction contractor yard use was permissive under the old code, but it had some confusing language about storage of stuff interior to a property. The IDO kind of fixed that, but made construction contractor yard a conditional use. This ended up being a little bit incongruous with the areas where NRC is mapped, because it was in these industrial areas, and so then you have to come in for a conditional use. So some constituents reached out to us to say, hey, you know, we've got this inconsistency, can you change this to permissive? That was the intent of the original amendment, was to make construction contractor yard permissive in the NRC zone. And the original amendment also included some language that would keep it conditional when located within 330 feet of a residential property. So keeping in some protections for those areas, particularly on the west side, where it may be in close proximity to residential. The way that this amendment is written is it would just undo that original amendment. The original amendment A5, as Councillor Jones mentioned, went through EPC and was recommended approval at EPC, and it went through LUPS and was approved at LUPS with a 4-0 vote. I think that's all the background, but any other questions?
Councillor Senna?
Yes, so I'm just trying to think because, you know, as we went through the process of going through every single amendment, I'm more of a visual learner, so so you'll have to, you know, pardon me, but especially this being in the situation that we are speaking on this topic now and not through the process. So we discussed, you know, you just brought up the west side, and is particularly, I'm thinking of my district. Can you give some examples how this would apply?
Ms. Moore?
Yes, so most of where the NRC is mapped in the city is the vast majority of it is around the Eubank area, going into there's a large chunk going into Eubank and Central area, and an industrial area there. On the west side, I believe there's a little bit of NRC near Cottonwood Mall. It's mostly in former sort of large commercial shopping areas, and so while a construction contractor yard could be requested there, it's not very likely to be requested because those are active commercial areas. But it, as I said, most of the NRC is actually mapped in relatively industrial areas on the east side of the city. I don't know if there is a way for us to pull up an Aegis map and we could kind of show, but I don't, yeah.
I see Councilor Sena's waving that off. I think that's okay.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. President and Ms. Morris. I just want to, I think because this is getting really into the weeds, and I would really appreciate if we took another look at this at another time where it's appropriate, just because I think it's a little bit more complex. And I would like to kind of thoroughly vet it, whether this goes through whichever committee, but really just having the time to have that conversation, because even though I don't believe I've been able to speak to my constituents on this topic either. So I think I'm just going to leave it at that. I hope that we can revisit this because, again, we're going to be doing another annual update, whether we have to change that or not. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, Councilor Gibson, then Councilor Benton, then we're back to Councilor Borrego to respond and close. Councilor Gibson. Councilor Gibson, we're not able to hear you.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble with my mouse. So this is probably no longer pertinent because it happened, seemed like a month ago, but I just wanted to respond. The amendment that I put up was not a new amendment. That was the same, it was a part of an amendment that we voted on at LUPS. So it was an existing one that I revived, and one that we've had, time to chew on a little bit, I guess. Anyway, I just wanted to mention that I have other amendments that I'm going to be bringing up, but they're going to wait because I don't want to push them through. So anyway, that's all I really wanted to say. I just wanted to respond to that. Thank you.
Councilor Ben.
Yeah, just quickly, I mean, this is a valid discussion, certainly, but I kind of feel the same as was summarized by Councilor Sena that yeah, we've got the 2020. We're already a year behind on this, if you think about it. But we've got the 2020 amendments coming up right away, and I think that would be an appropriate time to revisit this. But I do think it's an important question. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, Councilor Borrego, the floor is yours, ma'am, for response and close.
I do have some responses. Thank you, Councilor. So there's 3 amendments that are coming up tonight that we voted down at LUPS, and those include solar. They include, let's see, I think it was the civic, environmental, and maybe I'm wrong, but I do recall solar for sure, and liquor. And they came up again tonight. These particular amendments that I'm raising now are not new amendments. These are amendments to amendments that we approved at our LUPS meeting. And so if we're talking about clearly about a fluid planning process, it seems to me like, we did, yes, maybe they got it to us late, but they did send us a spreadsheet from the West Side Coalition. And I went through that in detail the last 2 days, which took up much of my time, by the way, which is my job. But that is the reason that I'm bringing these forward. So these are not really by definition new amendments. They're amendments to amendments that we approved at the LUPS hearing. So I think that we should move forward. We vote them up or we vote them down. And I mean, I think that as we move forward with this process, if we're truly talking about keeping a planning process fluid, then we're keeping it fluid, or we're not. So I think it's really important that the council understand that these are not, by definition, new amendments. They're amendments to amendments that were approved at the LUPS hearing. So they're not something that I just, dreamed up, and they're responses to input that was received from my constituency. And with that, Councilor, I mean, I think that we vote them up or we vote them down.
That's a good segue to our clerk, who will call the roll to do just that. Madam Clerk.
Counselor Bassan,
No.
Counselor Benton,
No.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
No.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Jones,
No.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
No.
Counselor Davis.
No.
That fails on a 2-7 vote.
Counselor Borrego, the next amendment would be floor amendment number 13. Which one would you like to move?
Okay, so the next one is related to cottage development. And basically what this is, it's addressing cottage development in the UC MSPT zone. And it requires that cottage development would be conditional.
And so that would be amendment number 13. For those following along at home, this is Counselor Borrego's packet, page number 3. We need a second on the floor. Is there a second for floor amendment number 13? Counselor Pena offers the second. Mr. Moya, if you'll clear the board, Counselor Borrego, if you want to explain your amendment, and then we'll go to discussion and vote.
I think I just did, Counselor. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion from counselors? Seeing none, Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan,
No.
Counselor Benton,
No.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
No.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Jones,
No.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
No.
Counselor Davis.
No.
That fails on a 2-7 vote.
Counselor Borrego, if you have another amendment, it would be floor amendment number 14.
14. Thank you, Counselor. So this is an amendment to the requirements in the NR zone. And basically this is related to the wall, adding a wall for any front or side yard setback. And basically we would insert the language for development in any NRC zone district. A variance may be considered to allowance for a 6-foot wall with more than 50% opacity. And that's really like opaque. I think we reduced that to like 25%. And so we're adding that back up.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a second for floor amendment number 14? Going once? Counselor Pena, thank you. And Counselor Borrego, is there any discussion from other counselors? Counselor Borrego, anything else or to vote?
Well, I think the other thing about this is the more opaque your walls are, the less criminal activity. And so this is somewhat related to, you know, our zoning, working with our police.
Thank you, ma'am. Counselor Benton had a quick question, Counselor Borrego. Counselor Benton.
Sorry, did I step on your clothes, Counselor Pereira?
No, go ahead, Counselor.
I just wanted to say, again, this is something I'm very interested in. That's with the First Amendment, and be happy to work with you on this going forward. But you know, it seems like simple stuff, but it's pretty complicated stuff with regard to you know, crime prevention through environmental design and keeping eyes on the street. I think it's an important subject, and I'm not convinced that we've got it right in the way the IDEO is right now. So I'd be happy to talk some more about this, but I'm not prepared to do it at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll ask the clerk to call the roll for floor amendment number 14.
Counselor Bassan,
No.
Counselor Benton,
No.
Counselor Borrego,
Yes.
Counselor Gibson,
No.
Counselor Harris,
No.
Counselor Jones,
No.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
No.
Counselor Davis.
No.
Fails on a 2-7 vote.
Thank you. Counselor Borrego, if you have another, it would be floor amendment number 15. And I think we're going to fast forward to page 13 if we follow the outline. you gave us.
Yes. Thank you. And basically what this does is and I understand, because I talked to the staff on all of these, by the way, so they are familiar with what I was working on. what we're adding here is accepting all of Coors Boulevard. And I know that it already does that, but the coalition was very clear that they wanted to ensure that Coors Boulevard was exempted from this particular requirement.
And I see, is that Councilor Senna as a second? And so Councilor Benton with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to ask staff about this because, again, in line with some of our previous discussion, I think it's really important that we don't have redundancy within the IDO, that's, if we've got it covered, we've got it covered. And I just wanted to ask staff about that.
Mr. President and Councilor Benton, the Coors Boulevard area is regulated by a VPO and a CPO. Those overlays talk about height restrictions for that area. So even if somewhere else in the IDO might allow additional height, that VPO would prevail and the height restrictions would prevail over what any other height allowance might be in the IDO. So this particular amendment is speaking to the major transit corridor, which Coors is. There are also other major transit corridors in the city. But Coors will continue to be protected, most of all by the VPO.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up, Mr. President. Yeah, and again, a lot of the critique of the IDO is that it's too lengthy and complicated. Of course, that's not to say that the previous code was not lengthy and complicated, but I do think that anything that contributes to length and implication that somehow this is not covered elsewhere when it is problematic. So I will oppose this.
Thank you, Councilor Benton. And Councilor Senna, I'm sorry if I skipped over you earlier. I thought it was only a second, but I see your hand here, so I want to give you the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was a second, but I did, put my hand down, then raised it back up. But I just wanted to clarify too, because I do believe that the protections are already existent, but with just thinking of the protections and really what this amendment is discussing, without having the language in front of me, it's really talking to the issue of having a public benefit. So meaning that where we have workforce housing or parking, then it's a possibility that we would grant them a possible height. So I just wanted to have Shanna or Petra clarify on some of that, especially for my constituents. I think it is very critical that we protect our vantage points. But can we just speak on specifically what the original amendment was talking about for the public benefit?
Ms. Schultz?
Mr. President, Councilor Senna, yes. What is in the red line draft today of the IDO is an additional height allowance in the major transit corridors if you're doing workforce housing or structured parking. So these are height bonuses that are allowed elsewhere in the IDO, in our other urban center, Main Street, or premium transit corridors. And I think you explained that trade-off well, in that you are providing a benefit. Workforce housing, as we know, the city desperately needs, and structured parking also provides a civic benefit to the city in the form of not having surface lots all over the city. So if you're going to take the time and the money to do workforce housing or structured parking, we say in certain areas, you can have an additional story or two. What this amendment proposed to do was to add the major transit corridor to that allowance, to allow development along a major transit corridor to get that extra height if they're doing either of those two things. But I will again reiterate that along Coors Boulevard, even if you were doing workforce housing and could go up an additional 12 feet, the view protection overlay would tell you that you actually cannot do that.
Councilor Senna, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just also want to clarify as well, and I appreciate that explanation, because I just want to make that perfectly clear to my constituents, that there are multiple protections for CORS, and this does not particularly apply, but I will be in support of it because I know that our constituents just need that reassurance. However, I do want to also mention, because this was brought up multiple times as well, what is the process of changing if we were to change CORS to premium transit, which we're not trying to do today? How do we do that process, which again, we're not doing?
Mr. President, Councilor Sena, yes, this question has come up in relation to this particular page in the IDO, in addition to the rebranding of the Rapid Ride as ArtX along Coors Boulevard, and there has been concern that Coors is now a premium transit corridor. There is one document that regulates the centers and corridors in the city, and that is the comprehensive plan, and only through an amendment to the comprehensive plan can those centers and corridors be changed. When the city went through the process of adopting the comprehensive plan in 2017, Coors in particular was a very big discussion about premium transit or major transit. And ultimately the decision of the council was to keep it at major transit. And so that is the corridor designation as it exists today, and again cannot be changed unless a comprehensive plan amendment happens. And to amend the comprehensive plan, you have to submit an application to the city. That application must go through the Environmental Planning Commission. The Environmental Planning Commission makes a recommendation to the City Council. The LUPS committee hears that recommendation, and then up to the full council it goes. So there would be a very public process to discuss any change of that magnitude.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Schultz. You explained that very eloquently. Appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Seeing no other discussion, I think we'll be back at Councilor Borrego for a close.
Urge your support. Thank you.
Ms. Ortega.
Councilor Bassan.
No.
Councilor Benton.
No.
Councilor Borrego.
Yes.
Councilor Gibson.
No.
Councilor Harris.
Yes.
Councilor Jones.
No.
Councilor Pena. Councilor Pena.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilor Sena.
Yes.
Councilor Davis.
No.
That fails on a 4-5 vote.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councilor Borrego, do you have any other amendments?
No, I don't. I have an amendment at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, seeing no other amendments, Councilor Benton and Councilor Jones, we are back on O10 as amended multiple times.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I just wanted to make a number of thank yous. Again, this is an annual process. We're going to start it up again right away because we're so delayed with this one. But I did want to thank a number of people, and starting with Mr. Melendrez and Ms. Schultz and Ms. Morris from our staff did a great job on this. A lot of hours, a lot of work, and we're very lucky to have all three of them on our staff. Also the LUPS members. The LUPS did a lot of lifting on this, and over time got this to where we are in a lot of lengthy meetings. And the planning department staff, of course, we haven't heard from them much tonight, and that's because they probably did a really good job and they feel comfortable with where we are. But I want to thank them as well for all their work on this process. And then just along that same lines, the planning commission members who delved into this and provided a lot of good feedback for us. So thanks to everybody and to my sponsor, as always, Councilor Jones. So I do urge your support.
Thank you, Councilor Jones. Anything to close?
Very quickly, thank you to all of those people Councilor Benton mentioned. The volunteer help on this was unbelievable. We appreciate the neighborhoods too, who gave us constructive information and ideas about how we could do things to make things better. It was a community-wide process. It is an unending community-wide process. This will go on. The plan is, and when we started this, how long ago, Councilor Benton? 4 years ago? we knew it would be, it has to be ongoing. It has to be changing, fluid. It has to be a fluid process. It will make things eventually easier in the city once we figure out how to do it, and it will make the city better as we have more uniform construction and development guidelines. So thank you all. Thanks for supporting it. Thanks for digging in all the way through and listening to us and our this legislation, which can sometimes be mind-boggling. So with that, we urge your support.
Thank you, sponsors. Ms. Ortega, please call the roll on the passage of O10.
Counselor Bassan,
Yes.
Counselor Benton,
Yes.
Counselor Borrego,
Counselor Borrego, we can't hear
Counselor
you.
Borrego.
Sorry, I turned it off because my dog's barking. Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Gibson,
Yes.
Counselor Harris,
Yes.
Counselor Jones,
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis. Passes 9-0 as amended.
Congratulations, counselors. I know you've worked long on that, and we'll start again in another month or so. Next up, Counselor Benton is 09. It's our last item today. Counselor, just as a reminder, 09's got a little special procedure in it because of what it impacts. And so, Counselor Benton, if you introduce this and if you get a second, I'm going to ask you to stop there. We'll let Mr. Melendrez explain about swearing in folks for this one and why that's important, and then we'll come back to the bill. So, Counselor Benton, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilors, 09 is adopting the zone map amendment to establish a character protection overlay for North 4th Street corridor. And I think everybody's kind of heard a lot about this already, but it dates back to the previous sector plan, and this incorporates a lot of it. It, I think, improves on a lot of that old sector plan. Because again, through living through the experience, that sector plan, people put a lot of stock in it, but then some of the resulting buildings were not very well received. So, this is how we live and learn, and I think it has the support of the community. So I hope that you will support it, but we'll let, I'll move a do pass on it.
Thank you. And Counselor Jones has preemptively seconded you for that one. And so we'll clear the board. I'm going to put a pause here. Mr. Melendrez, if we can bring you up, there's a special procedure for this one. And if you do me a favor, just remind us why and who that applies to. And then we'll go back to the sponsors and the counselors. There's about swearing in here.
Sure, Mr. President, councilors. So this is a little bit different than business as usual as far as a legislative change to the zone map, because it does focus on a more limited area and does impact changes to the way that development can occur. There are some heightened procedural standards that require us to create a little bit more protected record, and that includes swearing in participants who are going to be testifying to the subject matter tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Melendrez. So for the record, folks who will be testifying who are not counselors will be asked to raise their hand and swear in tonight. Let me just ask Ms. Schultz or Counselor Benton, or do we have any other speakers, experts, either from planning or from the community on this bill? Counselor Benton says no. Ms. Schultz says no. That may be a moot point then if we have none. If I don't see anybody from the administration pipe up here really quickly, then we'll just leave it to counselors, which is easier. Excellent. Counselors, any discussion on the bill for 09? Going once, twice, and back to the sponsor to close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks, counselors, for your indulgence, and finally got around to this one along with the IDO amendments, since they had to go hand in hand. Yeah, I do want to thank the North Valley community who cares so much about North 4th. North 4th has a long history of being part of Route 66 at one time. It really was the main street of the North Valley, and still is in a sense, but it's also seen better days without question, and we want to help bring it back. So I want to thank the neighborhood folks who've been really vocal and really involved in this, as well as the same staff members that I mentioned who worked on this and the planning department. So I urge your support.
Thank you, Counselor. Ms. Ortega.
Counselor Bassan.
Yes.
Counselor Benton.
Yes.
Counselor Borrego.
Yes.
Counselor Gibson.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Jones.
Yes.
Counselor Pena,
Yes.
Counselor Senna,
Yes.
Counselor Davis.
Yes.
Passes unanimously.
Counselors, there being no other business, we will adjourn. Let me just say a special thanks to all of our staff who worked really hard on IDEO and are about to do it all over again, starting in a month or so. And especially to Ms. Ortega, Ms. Yara, Mr. Moya, who are here with me tonight, for keeping us on track through all these amendments and back and forth. So we do appreciate all of their help, and particularly to Ms. Morris and Ms. Schultz, who have shepherded this from our side through. So thanks to everybody for your hard work. Thanks for the time for the special meeting. And we will see you again on Monday for the regular meeting. This meeting is adjourned.